because I had it in my last bag we gave us.
Yeah.
I don't know, he may like it though.
That seems much harder on the than that.
This is 3D printed.
Okay, hello. Welcome to the San Juan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, and it is 3:01 p.m. We have in attendance today board members Ron Nelson, Lucille Cody, Colleen Manali, Ann Barton, and Don Moss III, and Superintendent Fitzgerald, Business Administrator Jacob Swanson, and others. Thank you for joining us.
I like it though.
Are we hearing ourselves? I don't want to hear myself.
That's what you can get.
Oh, was it an actual?
All right, the first item today, I need someone to, we need to approve the agenda, so can I get a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for, what is it, January 26th, school board meeting?
Second. Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Let's move on to the first item, which we're gonna have time over to Dr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Today, I would like to highlight our Navigate Prepared system, which is part of our school safety system. And I think you're gonna get to see it, but maybe not. We're working on having some technical difficulties. But Navigate Prepared is a system that can work on both a device like a PC or a Mac, but it also is an app that's on our phones. So each of our staff members have access to this app. It is how we alert the staff. It's one way we alert the staff to any school emergency that falls within those school safety protocols. So if you remember, or if not, the safety response protocols that have been set up by the state are very specific. So we have hold, secure, lockdown, evacuate, and shelter. So with each of those, they're set up just like that in our Navigate Prepared app. So anyone who is a staff member can get on the app, and set off the alarm. So that is one of the things we've worked on over the years, is really saying, if you see something that you know is an emergency, anyone should be able to activate that alarm to help safety and help that response time be more immediate. Once the alarm goes off, everyone with an alarm, and if you're ever at, maybe you've heard this at the district office when you've been there, that all of our alarms also go off from our app to alert us that there is an event occurring. It tells us the name of the school, what it is that is under those classifications as well. It tells us if it's a drill or if it's not a drill. So if it's not a drill, then immediately we start our incident command and response protocols. On the school level, when that happens to all the staff, they get that alert, they go into whatever the next safety protocol step is. It also has a portion of the app that allows for the students to be accounted for and staff to be accounted for. So staff go in and can account for themselves, they can account for the students that are with them, whether they're assigned to them or not. They pull in other students from another area, even if they're not their students, they still can account for the students that are with them, which gives us a really quick way to see, you know, where are all the students, have we accounted for, are we missing some? It also has a back-end chat feature with administration. So administration can send a chat out through the app to the teachers and staff through the app. But then they can also have a private channel. So if someone, say there is something going on immediately, the administration needs to be aware of very quickly, then they can chat back and forth. And then we can monitor that on our end of the district and also provide additional supports and information. And when we've had actual, emergency responses that were actual responses where we've been working with, either EMS or law enforcement, we can immediately see that and share that information. So it also helps, with our emergency response plans when we're looking at that district response. So just wanted to share that with you. There are some great examples. I will send this out in our weekly email so you can see it. Since they're, I think, still working on the feedback. But I can send this out. You can see what kind of those screenshots. I couldn't show you because I didn't want to show you confidential information, but this has some screenshots of what it looks like on the action. So, passing that up.
No, I'd just like to make the comment that I appreciate that you keep us informed every time there is any kind of an incident. Whatever level that may be, you know, the board is always aware and it's important that we be informed about this kinds of things, so thank you. Right, we're ready to turn the time over to Dr. Lisa Boyce, talking about, the school STEM summer camps. So we'll welcome you. You don't have a podium, but if you would come and sit down, yes, thank you.
Here's good?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I have had such a great opportunity to work in your district and collaborate with the teachers and principals with our preschool development grant for the past 3 years. I don't know if you have the slide deck
Yes.
that I could.
For the board members too, that.
It should be the first one. We're on the first one. Yoshi. Yeah, yeah, give me a second.
Awesome. So the grant we've had is for the 23-25 that's completed that I want to show just a little bit of information for. And then we have a new one for the 2026 year that I'd like to just kind of highlight a couple opportunities that we'd like to pursue if possible. So the next slide there, we've focused on executive functioning where where we're really trying to build cognitive flexibility, working memory, and inhibitory control. And the timeline for when the greatest time for these skills and abilities to develop is 3 to 5 years old, and then through elementary school. And then there's another kind of burst, I guess, if you would call it, in adolescence as well. But these skills can be developed with a lot of practice and a lot of different opportunities. But this is the time period where we see the most growth or potentially lack of growth. And so that's why we've really focused on these early years there. Next slide. The summer STEM camps that we've been doing, we have focused on more of a process for the kind of gaining background knowledge, but also the ability to look at a problem, to look at your solutions, to see what's the best way to maybe address the problem, try it, and then refine it. And this is the engineering process from kind of more of a, I don't know, a Western academic background, but it's also just common problem solving that families are doing in their homes with their resources. And it's something that is really what we're trying to get to, is to be able to be innovative, to be able to really find out or define the problem and then look at multiple solutions, because one solution, it never works, right? We have to have a backup plan. And so that's something that these summer STEM camps have provided these elementary school students the opportunity to do, is to not just do the task, but then refine the task and have it be in real world situations. This particular example takes something from the more the science learning standards, but then looks really at what's meaningful and what the children might have experience with that's really at a high level. The weathering, the erosion and the flooding. It makes an impact as they're figuring out how to get water to the animals, or if they even can grow a garden where they are. So real life implications with high level sophisticated scientific understanding as well. And this is what the kindergartners and first graders were doing. And so just that hands-on opportunity just really allowed them to understand concepts at a whole different level. And next slide there, the one thing that we see with from the data, some of the data that we gathered is we assessed several of the children looking at their working memory, inhibitory control, and cognitive flexibility, and then looked at that in relation to their reading scores. And I just list a couple of the correlations here to show that with this particular couple schools, that there were significant correlations between these executive functioning skills and the literacy and the reading. We know that a lot of our success is based on standardized test scores, reading scores, and we don't always have the opportunity to recognize these underlying skills that the children are developing that aren't showing up necessarily on standardized test scores, but they're showing through their actually the reading comprehension, being able to make inferences, being able to look at a problem and keep content in their mind as they're thinking of how to implement the next step in the problem solving process. So we hope to, we met with two principals today at two elementary schools who are very excited about the opportunity to have the summer STEM camps again this year and this summer. And then we also talked about other strategies to promote family engagement and doing what we can to also support attendance, and came up with some great ideas with them that we'd like to pursue with the preschool development grant for the 2026 year. Have any
Would
questions?
you just clarify for the board the schools that you've worked with, because it hasn't been all of our schools, so I don't think they're.
Yeah.
Please.
The three schools that we've worked with are Montezuma Creek, TES, and Bluff Elementary Schools. And the district was so helpful in helping us figure out a way to provide transportation for TES and Bluff, which made a huge difference in being able to get the children to the summer camps.
Okay, could you summarize a little bit more of what you've accomplished with the, and then we'll move on to some questions.
Sure. What we have is we've gotten feedback from the teachers and the several of the students. Maybe if you'll switch follow to another slide. A couple of the quotes from the teachers that I think was really helpful is just that that the students had the opportunity to ask questions and really dive into the things that they were learning. We didn't have a pre-test, post-test for the summer STEM camp explicitly. The 2 weeks, that's about what the summer camps were doing, is about 2 weeks. It wasn't long enough to really see an impact on these executive functioning skills. And we could gather, I guess what we really got more information on was trying to see if the students understood a little bit more about science. Maybe the next slide. A couple of the quotes from the students, we asked them before the summer camp and after the summer camp, what it meant to do science and if they were good at science. And they had just some really, it seems like very statements about they get this and they want to contribute. They want to solve problems. And this one quote about that she wants to figure out about COVID-19 and all the things that are coming in the future, and she wants to learn about cats. Like just that breadth. She gets the importance of looking at health and just her interest in cats, and that she combined them together. So that was a good input, I guess, evidence, I guess, of what they were getting out of this experience. And then we just were able to then also just measure these specific skills and look at those in relation to the standardized test scores without being able to document actual impact from the science camp. And it would, yeah, and everything they're getting at their schools too, that's building those skills.
Okay, you wanted to share something about future plans?
Yeah, so just more what I wanted to share was how we want to continue to work with these 3 elementary schools particularly. And right now we're just at the planning stages of asking if the principals are interested in continuing, which the 2 we were able to speak to said that yes, they have, they absolutely want to. They had ideas for what to do more of. And then also with the funding that we have, we asked if there were opportunities for family engagement or funding to improve or support attendance, to try to get some ideas if we could expand this funding to address some of the other issues. And right now, I guess the other question that would be helpful if the school board had any suggestions of anything that they would like us to also to focus on.
Thank you for that, because we are trying to push right now to get participation, so that is a good direction that we see from some of the things that you've said so far. And Nikki, you wanted to share something?
Yes, but that's all right. I just wanted to say it has been a pleasure working with Dr. Boyce and her team. You know, we're a very grant heavy district, and oftentimes when we're working with grants, it puts a lot of administrative burden on us. And they have done a fabulous job of taking a lot of that administrative burden off of us in how the grant's been managed and the work that they've done. And so they've been a really fantastic partner that have done, you've just done a lot of the work yourself. So we just appreciate that. And I want to acknowledge that to the board.
And again, I do want to reiterate that we appreciate that you are trying to work with us and ask us what our vision is. Because sometimes we have multiple different parties trying to achieve the same goal, but if we have common ways of getting there instead of just assuming that everybody knows what we want. So I appreciate you asking that. And I'd just like to leave it open to any other comments that anybody has related to this.
So when you have, it sounds like it's just, maybe the River Region students. And do you test them before? And do they improve like at the end of your STEM session?
Yeah, so right now we haven't, other than asking the students questions themselves of what do they think of science? How do they see themselves as scientists? But we haven't really done a pre-test, post-test to really see, did we have an impact with this? And that's something that I think would be helpful, as long as it, well, as you know, as long as it's how this is moving things forward versus, you know, not being a burden on the student to take away their time, you know, from the summer camp. And then we also need parent permission for any assessments that we do. And so we haven't had as many who attend the camp as we have permission for, which is just fine. That's not a requirement at all. But I think it could be helpful for us to have a little bit more information on the games to see if we're able to continue this, to find funding or to be able to make improvements if something's not working as well as it could. So yeah, thank you for that.
And, I know she mentioned pre-test, you said it's 2 weeks
Yeah.
wasn't long enough to really, gauge if there was any improvement. But I was just thinking, perhaps you could ask the question before and after and see if the question or the answers would change.
Yeah,
And also, I'm wondering, what are maybe 1 or 2 challenges that you're facing that we might be able to help you?
yeah. So a couple of things that I think have made a huge difference in being able to get students to be able to attend. So just that accessibility is that busing and the transportation. Conan, he has been so incredible to work with. He just said, this is important to the kids, to the students. Let's figure out how to have that. And I think that is probably the reason why Bluff Elementary has almost 100% of their students who go to the summer camps. The teachers do all the planning, so it's all based on their community, what they see as needs and their children's interests. And so each camp is individualized based on the school and the teachers. And we're able to compensate the teachers for their planning and then for delivering the summer camp. But it's a lot of load for the teachers. And so even if the students would benefit from longer, it's hard to ask for even more than 2 weeks from the teachers. And the level of support that they're providing and the level of training for these students is such high level. It is very, very impressive. So they are getting really good exposure from that. I think what I have experienced from the school board through Superintendent Fitzgerald and then Paul Murdoch has been the support that the school board has directed towards this, that the teachers are supportive of this, the administration and the school board, that it's something that as a professor of child development, I'm here for the next 10 or 20 years, right? That I really appreciate this relationship. And I think that because of this relationship, we're able to go a different level. We have this funding. I'll be reaching out to other schools that to follow this model where we're providing support at the preschool level and these summer camps. Based on this model, the state has said it was so successful here in San Juan School District that we could just take this and implement it at other schools. So then what we wanted to do with San Juan School District is do 2.0. And that's where we think we can do the family engagement piece. One of the activities at Bluff Elementary that they did is they brought on their Friday, they brought the parents in and they did a ice cream making experiment with different types of milk. And the parents were there, part of that experiment, and then they had served the ice cream that worked. And so and then I think also what I'm taking from this is the amazing amount of community and family engagement and high level teacher practice that I'm able to share with other school districts too. So I guess it's more thank you. And I feel like it's working well, and let's try to serve as many children who are interested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We
Okay.
appreciate you coming and presenting to us and thank you. Well, move to the next thing, which is policy stuff, so.
Well, actually, we've got.
Oh, we have one more.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
Dr.
don't mean to
Kelly.
skip that. Yeah, Dr. Kelly. Is that virtual? Okay. Wow. There's that.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. We could share slides from here. I don't see that enabled, or if you have those at your end. We had some slides that we can use, which may help with orientation, but will be quick, and with or without the slides, we can present. So however you'd like us to proceed.
We have slides, I was thinking,
Yeah, we'll just open our
we'll just open our slides.
Perfect. That'd be great. Well, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes here to visit with you. And my name is Taylor Kelly. I'm with the University of Utah, and I've been working with the Utah Navajo Health System across the street from Whitehorse High School for the last 6 years, in really focused on trying to help the community with respect to substance use and pain. That's been kind of the focus of our work for a number of years. We currently have a project where we're developing a research program at UNHS for the community. It's really a novel concept that NIH is doing now to bring research to where the people are and allow the Navajo community to lead its own research agenda. And it really kind of turns the historical paradigm on its head. And we're kind of moving that forward. But in order to do that, we have been reaching out to the community to really gather information, needs, context, so that when we build the program, we build it in a way that is responsive to those needs. So the first step of our program was to assemble a research advisory board, and these are all individuals from the community. There are 16 members of the board. You can see their faces in the slide deck if you have it. And we've been interacting with the board about every month over the course of a year to understand what it is that they need us to do, how we can shape this project, how we can go forward. And as we talked about the needs assessment, one of the things that the board told us that they would like to see is that they would like to see perspectives of young people on this topic, specifically adolescents and kind of the age of 12 to 17. And that was not part of our initial project initially, but being responsive to the community's wishes, to the board's wishes, we've now, changed directions, and we're broadening the scope of those that we're reaching out to and interviewing. And that includes this adolescent group. And so that's what brings us here to you today. We have prepared some focus group interviews. So basically we get 6 to 8 individuals. In this case, it'd be 2 focus groups, one of male adolescents, one of female adolescents. And we have some questions that we ask to generate conversation among them about the topics of substance use and pain in their own communities. And so the idea is that we would invite 6 or 8 male, 6 or 8 female in this age group from the school or from the school district to come and participate. These focus groups would happen outside of school hours. This would happen at Montezuma Creek Clinic, kind of around dinner time. We invite the family to come. We compensate them for coming for their time. We provide them a meal, and we provide them opportunity to interact with us, to get to know us, to ask us questions, and to help them sort of be at ease when they talk about a topic that's, somewhat personal and may have some sensitivities around it. We make sure that they know that when they participate, it's voluntary. If they're not comfortable answering a question that is brought up, they do not have to speak in the focus group or speak to that topic. They can defer those answers. And that focus group is a conversation that goes on about 90 minutes. And at the conclusion of the focus group, we have a short exit interview with each of the participants where we ask them some personal questions, some things about demographics, a few things about their personal prior history with any kind of substance use and those things. We leave it anonymous, we leave it confidential, and it's completely voluntary. And we explain that we ask those questions just to get context for their own answers so that we know something about that. again, we're following the guidance of the Research Advisory Board. Those are members of the community here who feel that this topic isn't just for the adults, it's also for the adolescents. And we're trying to be responsive to that. And we're seeking your support in being able to reach out to these youth. Dr. Erickson had suggested to us that, there may be some youth who are more inclined to participate in something like this than others, and that, teachers and other individuals in the school, counselors and administrators, are maybe somewhat aware of who those individuals might be. And so that, getting some sort of guidance on who we might approach to participate, those who might be more inclined to do this kind of a thing, it would be great. And so we're just looking for, a group of individuals who wants to participate, who feels like this would be helpful to contribute. For any that would be interested, we have a process where we speak with their parents about a consent for them to participate. And we explain all the risks and the benefits and, kind of do the usual thing with consent. And then the individual, the participant, the youth, also provides what's called an assent. And so this is sort of a two-stage consent process where both the participating youth and their parents are giving their permission to do this. So we go through those steps. This is all kind of approved by the IRB, or will be. We're submitting this information along with the support from you, if we can have it, to the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board, who reviews all of these things and the process that we go to before we would move forward with the assessment. So that's really the nature of the work we're doing. And maybe I'll just stop here in the interest of time, and then happy to talk, respond to your questions as you have them. So thank you for having us.
Okay,
Question, what would the process look like at the school level then? What would you see happening to identify these students that would possibly participate?
Yeah, so some of those details I don't have yet. I've spoken with Dr. Erickson a little bit, but I think, what we would basically say is, this is the age group that we're looking at. And we're looking for 6 to 8 males, 6 to 8 females, mainly in the communities that UNH serves, which really overlaps heavily with the San Juan School District. So we're looking at places like Blanding, Montezuma Creek, Bluff, all those areas, and thinking about, individuals who attend those schools. And if there's someone who happens to be, an individual who has historically participated in health promotion kind of work, or tends to be a volunteer for something where their opinion or their input is valued, those individuals might be more naturally inclined to participate in something like this, and we welcome that. If we also have thought, we can, depending on what the school is comfortable with or will allow us to do, we are preparing some printed recruitment materials that just sort of advertise what the project is and provide some contact information if they would like to participate. Even something like a QR code that could be scanned with the phone or something like that. And that could be an initial point of contact for someone who's interested. Again, we don't need a big sample. We're really talking about a maximum of 16 youth. So we're thinking about kind of doing this in a targeted way, working through individuals at the schools to maybe identify some of those individuals. We can send a note to them. We could have an informational session for a group of them in a class. We have traditional counselors from UNHS that are in the schools already. They can also be a vehicle to do that. So we work a lot with Nikki Olson on that front at UNHS, and she has a lot of interface with the schools. And so we'd like to do it in a way that is not disruptive, in a way that will also be non-threatening to the youth. And so we're really open to kind of working through that, and we can take our time with it. Again, it's a small sample, so it's not, we don't think it will be overly complex or burdensome. It's just a matter of being thoughtful about finding those individuals.
Thank you.
It's a great question.
Any other questions and comments? Lucille?
Mental health is a touchy subject. And
Mhm.
I don't want our kids just to be used for funds or grant money. I would like to see our kids being served and progress is being made.
Yeah, so how does this serve our students?
Yeah, so how
Yeah.
does this for our students?
Yeah, great question. As I was saying at the beginning, this is, I think, the first time in history where the program is being built in the community for the community. So NIH has never done that before. NIH has only given money to academic institutions primarily and some industry corporations. But this time, the Utah Navajo Health System received the funds. So it's not even, these are not university funds. These are funds to develop a program in the community. And so the benefit I think that these youth will have for participating is that they are going to directly shape what the future will look like for research and substance use care in Montezuma Creek, in Blanding, in Bluff, because these programs are being built to stay. They're not. This isn't just a grant to study something. This is a grant to build something in the community, and that's what we're working toward. And so we plan to communicate that to all the participants who come, to say, you know, we've spent a year just trying to get the questions right and get the people that we're going to ask right, because we think it matters so much. We don't take it lightly. We think it's really something that, because it matters, because this time it's going to count, that we want to really get it right. And I don't think we'd be asking the youth to participate if we didn't think that their input was going to be valuable. So I think that's why we're reaching out. Yeah.
Okay, Colleen.
Hi, I have a question. Well, actually, I had a lot of questions and, you had answered quite a bit of them. But I, like, school board member Lucille, I'm really hesitant about sharing our students and the things that they go through in their homes. You have to also remember that if the student is going through it, then the parent has gone through it. And
Right.
for them to open up these wounds, or for them to open up to this kind of a study and for something to be built upon, there's going to be a lot of post-traumatic issues, a lot of emotions that they would have to go through. And I'm sorry to say, but UNHS is not exactly available or have appointments available to where it can be, they're having an issue one day, they can't make an appointment later that day and they can't get seen. I mean, so that's going to be something that they're going to have to handle on that front end. And also, I didn't hear anything about post effects once the student participates. Again, it's a lot of emotional issues. And I didn't hear any supports with that. So I'm really hesitant. And then also reading over your parental permission, the amount says $100, which it could help a lot of our students and their parents. And then in another part of your permission slip, you had $50. So thinking on that part as well, maybe we need to go back and review that as well, because if I'm clocking it, I'm pretty sure my parents and my students are going to clock you on that as well. So,
sorry, yeah. And
there's just a lot of issues I have behind it, because I'm going to be protective over my students and the youth and my parents, whereas it's a little different for you on your side, because you want the participation, you want the youth to entrust with you, but I've got to think about them and their safety first and foremost before I hand them over, are able to give permission or whatever you might need from us on our end.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, what was your name?
I'm Colleen Benelli.
Hi, Ms. Benelli. Thank you. These are great issues that you raise. We have, for all these focus groups, we are going to have a behavioral health therapist, clinician on site throughout the entire focus group. So for any youth who do get triggered, or any participants, youth or old, who get triggered, that individual will be there. They won't have to wait for an appointment. They can be seen in real time. We also, if you read the consent form, you saw that language in there that, we make it really clear to them that if there's something that is approaching that front where they begin to feel that discomfort, it can stop immediately. We're not asking them to go places that they're not comfortable going. And we understand that these are sensitive things. And we had this dialogue with the Research Advisory Board, members of your community, and I raised these questions with them. Are you saying, are you sure that these are things that you want to do? And I think, the challenge is that there is that potential to bring up those sensitivities, and we're trying to accommodate that by providing the right supports. The other side of it is that if we don't ask the questions, then we won't really have a good picture of what's going on, so how we can help. And so it was really kind of, asking the board, and then of course asking you, saying, well, what is the greater priority? What is it that we want to accomplish the most? And what do we feel is most valuable? And I think, being thoughtful about which youth we ask to participate. I think the school-based counselors have some insights as to maybe individuals that may not be good candidates for something like this, versus others that might be better suited for it. And we want to be sensitive to that. The board changed the amount that we were going to compensate from $50 to $100. They wanted a higher compensation. I guess we missed it in one place in the form, so we'll fix that. Thank you for catching that. But it is 100, and that's really kind of the direction we're going. After the fact, if after they're in that session, if there's ongoing behavioral health needs, again, we're trying to identify those individuals from the get-go, and we are assigning like dedicated clinical effort from those, from our behavioral health therapist to help those individuals and prioritize their needs by participating. So I don't anticipate that access to those services would be a problem for them. We're sort of by nature of participating in it, we're inviting that clinical care if needed right from the outset. I hear you. I think that's really, really important.
Okay, this is Nan Barton. I'm the school board president. And
Thanks.
I also have a lot of questions, but something that really stands out to me is you're dealing with sensitive topics.
Mhm.
Also young people, and also confidentiality. How is that going to be protected when you have groups? And
Right.
is this something that you've already done with adults, or is this piloting both with youth and adults?
We do focus groups routinely, if that's what you're asking. I mean, the focus group is a common way of collecting information. The reason why we do that versus an interview, for example, is because there's sort of a shared dialogue. The questions that we ask in the focus groups are not personal. They're very much about kind of community level issues. So we will ask a question, for example, and you should have a copy of the questions too. We gave that to Dr. Erickson. So if you haven't gotten that, we'll make sure that you do so you can see those. But these questions are about, what are some of the issues that you see in your community related to substance use? This kind of a question. And so the idea is that the question is inviting a dialogue between them, so that these are not being targeted specifically at them. It's really talking about something that is outside of them, or maybe existing in their community. Can that still be triggering? Absolutely. But the idea is that it's not going to be targeted toward individuals, and really targeted more towards topics and issues in the community. And that's why we do the focus group model. Some of those personal questions at the end, we leave everybody out of the room. And so that confidentiality is protected that way. So if they're saying something about their own personal history with substance use or something along those lines, No one else is going to know that. That's going to remain entirely confidential, and that's entirely up to the participant what they want to share. So we kind of leave it to them. We explain that this will help us give some context on how they participate in the focus group. If somebody has experience with substance use versus somebody who hasn't, their understanding of those things is going to be different. And so we just want to understand where they're coming from as we go through and try to make sense of the information that we get. We're not, not doing it for any other reason. And we protect that sensitive information by talking to them confidentially. The focus group part, though, is again very much about community level issues.
Okay, so if that happens in a focus group, the moderator or whatever would shut that down.
Yeah, the moderators are all members of the community, and they're all being, we've been going through a lot of training with them. They're being trained by individuals who are also tribal facilitators who have worked in other communities and have worked with populations who are youth who are at risk and know how to work with these populations because that's who they've worked with for decades. So we didn't want to we wanted to make sure that the facilitators going into these interactions knew exactly how to ask questions, how to keep control of the conversation, so that if we're going off into areas that we should not go, that we bring it back to center, and that we protect people. So we're spending a lot of time, effort, money to make sure that we have like the very best training for these people. And so we've been doing that. But we have 4 facilitators who will be working and doing this. And again, all of them are from these communities locally. They may not be Montezuma Creek, but it might be Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, but all the facilitators are from those areas.
How time intensive is this expected to be?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
How much time?
Yeah, the
This?
the focus group is about 90 minutes.
And it's just one time?
Just once. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had a question. Again, it's Colleen Benelli. What are you exactly wanting from us? A space to advertise with the QR code, a flyer, something that goes out, a notice that goes out to the parents, or? I mean, we can question you all day about the why of the study, but what essentially do you need specifically from us? Because I think that's where,
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure at, because we can have our principals print out something, or I mean, I need to know the specifics on that as well.
Right. That's a great question. We had, planned to reach out to adolescents through Family Connections initially, but because we were reaching out to adolescents and because they're in the school system, we thought it would be important to let the school district know about what we were doing and seek your support in that. I don't think we had, concretely thought about any specific asks. I mean, since we kind of have gone this direction, it occurred to us that we could do some of the recruiting in the school setting potentially. Although if that's going to create issues, that's not something that's required for this. We can recruit these youth in a number of different ways outside of the school setting as well. But being sensitive to the students and understanding that, like, you're interacting with them each day, and that there might be that potential because UNHS has a relationship with the schools, and there might be a way to intersect some youth by nature of that connection. We wanted to, that's why we're here presenting today. I think that probably the most logical way to do that would be starting with the school-based counselors, talking to them about maybe some youth that they know, or making connections or networking through those individuals with a handful of teachers. Again, not trying to disrupt, but just finding some occasions to just ask about some of the students, and then approaching them with some printed information, and then asking them, would this be something that you're interested in? And if they are, then, reaching out to them offline, outside of school hours, contacting their parents, sharing more about it with them later, and then kind of working through to that point to find out if they're interested and would like to participate. So I think that, like just like you alluded to some of those finding activities, maybe putting up some flyers, maybe talking to some teachers or principals. I think those would be consistent with those activities. If you would like to have a specific list of some of those things, we could produce that for you and then go back and forth with you about it. But I think that in terms of like the general idea of it, I think that's where we are.
Thank you for informing us about this and keeping us involved. We do like to know what's going on in our schools, and this is an important, mental health is an important part of that. With that in mind, how is your survey and this focus group going to serve our district as well? You have future plans for that, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that, over time, we hope that as we recognize the needs and then begin to move forward quality improvement and research studies for the community in this topic area, that services will improve for the community because it will be very targeted to what the needs are. So when I think about the youth and what they are needing, like where their unmet needs are, and I have conversations with Rick Hendy from behavioral health at UNHS all the time about youth who are facing different challenges related to substance use, mental health, suicide. These are very real, prevalent issues. You know this, right? And so that there are needs there. But how we address that, how we address it in a way that has impact, that is a hard question to answer. And so that's where these programs, that's where research and quality improvement really can make a difference. And then you can see better outcomes over time. And that's really what's driving us to do this work. And we want to see those things improve over time. It doesn't happen immediately. It takes time. But this is where it starts. And so we see, great potential in this. And I know that the research advisory board that we had, which again are members of your community, they felt that way. They felt that the youth should be a part of the work that we do. And so getting their input so we know how to cater to their needs was going to be important. And I think that's what's driving us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I,
Yeah,
one question?
this is Don Mose.
Yeah. This is,
Thank you.
If, what, is there a sustainability factor in your, was this actually a grant program? I'm thinking down the road. Is it
Yeah.
for years, is it 10 years? Do you plan on building facilities for patients who might need deeper therapy, perhaps? I'm all for mental health.
Mhm.
And trying to figure out how we can solve these issues for our students. And of course, I'm a believer that, and I'm sure everybody here is, that the happier the student is, the better the home life is, will reflect better grades, perhaps attendance will be better, and just all
Yeah.
those issues that are linked to a successful student. So I'm just wondering about the sustainability and the time frame that you might have to implement some of these programs.
Yeah, Don, thank you. That's a wonderful question. So the sustainability is really key, right? And so the way this program is set up, we're in, kind of like a phase 1 of funding, which is designed to basically design a plan and lay some initial infrastructure. That's kind of what we're doing in this phase. So a needs assessment is like a big part of that. So that's what we're doing. The second phase, we apply for that competitively. We think that we're going to be really well positioned for it, but that opens the door for another 5 years of programmatic funding to move forward. So that would kind of get us through to about like 2032 or so. After that, the idea is that because UNHS, with that funding, we will be employing people at UNHS to help run programs. Right now we're training those people and giving them the skills and expertise that they need. So that's like what we're focused on doing right now. Then those people will grow into newly created positions at UNHS that will be in charge of these programs, in charge of running these research programs, these quality improvement programs on these topics. Over time, because UNHS will have the expertise, UNHS will then become autonomous in securing funding for this topic, just like a university would. I mean, this is what universities do day in and day out. They bring in funds through grant mechanisms to achieve certain purposes and means. The beauty of this system is that it is going to be what UNHS and what Montezuma Creek and what Blanding and Bluff and Monument Valley and Navajo Mountain, what those communities think is important, and then that is what they shape their funding priorities around. And so as they bring those funds to the communities, that is what sustains the programs over time. And those programs, yes, I mean, that can translate into new infrastructure for mental health, new buildings. It can be new models of delivering mental health and behavioral health care. It can translate into increased access to different services in different settings, whether that's in the school, a clinic, a home, or otherwise. All those things can be explored. It just, you have to be able to get the program off the ground and running, and having people who have the skills and expertise to do that. That's what we're building right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for being willing to answer our questions, because
Yeah.
and I know some of it is vague because you're still figuring it out, but thank you for giving us some input about that, and we have lots to think about. So thank you.
Well, likewise, thank you. Those are very thoughtful, insightful questions. And so I can tell your passion and care for these kids, and that I share that passion with you. So thank you.
LT, why don't you just give us, I mean, it's your turn anyway, if you want to give us a little bit of input about your perspective.
So as I visited with them on the phone, and there was several people from UNHS. The advisory board or committee that he was talking about is community members. And if I remember right, they were the ones that decided we want to include the adolescent youth. And so kind of the way it was explained to me is that a university can write this grant and get it and kind of run the program. But an even better program is if the community gets to the grant and gets to run it to benefit the community. One of the things that was explained to me, I don't know if you mentioned it, is the school district will have access to any of the, the resources, data and different things as we write grants that would help benefit our students. The other one is that that information will help with programs that we implement in the school district for the benefit of our students. I think the great thing about this program is it looks to benefit the entire community. And the focus groups will be done, from my understanding, here in Montezuma Creek at the UNHS facility, not during school time. So they can recruit the students without the district. We could choose to help. One of the discussions that we had was our school staff know those that would be vocal as far as sharing opinions and ideas and really get the best information. We could, look at doing that. I think they're also looking for a letter of support that would go to the IRB that we just support the program. And you could, my understanding is you could still provide the letter of support and they really wouldn't do anything in the schools.
you know, they would just recruit them outside of the school, do the focus groups outside of the school. So my understanding, they're gonna do the focus groups, whether they do it, whether we help them or not. But I think the thing that I like about the program is it's gonna be run by people within the community for the community.
Thank you for sharing your input, and
Yeah.
we'll go ahead and turn the time over to you now because it's
Oh.
your turn to present.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll wait for it pulls that out.
Thank you all.
Everything that's.
I shared it with you, but I don't know if it was in the packet or not.
It should be on the agenda, if you look under, if you go down closer to the bottom,
Oh, I've got it at 4 o'clock.
yeah, on. Item or letter D.
D for dynamic. Right. So I'm here to talk today about student services and school safety and security. And just some of the different aspects. I'm just gonna go over some of the things that I've been working on. At the very end, the last 2 slides are opportunity, you don't have to go to them, opportunities for growth and then successes. I'm gonna try and weave those throughout, but when we get there, I may have missed a few. So the first thing I want to talk about, when I started with the district, Superintendent Fitzgerald talked to me about budget meetings with the district office and just to coordinate those and work on running those. We started out the year doing them a couple times a month. Get to a certain part of the year, we only need 1 a month, but we still have our directors meeting once a month, so we still kind of meet twice a month if there's something we need to cover. The purpose of those is to take the district office staff, any input from the schools, as we start looking at grants, funding, just different things, and I have an example I'll talk about in just a minute. But getting everybody in the room to say, you know, these are the things I'm working on, the things that I need. I'm willing to try to braid those funds together to maximize the impact on our students and our district. It's been really, it's kind of evolved and it's still evolving, but it's been a great opportunity to talk about the budgets, what's needed, all with the end goal of looking at our strategic plan and how to benefit the students and tying all of that into that. The image there, I put that in there. My dad had that on his desk for 40 years, so I couldn't pass it up, the opportunity to put that in. Maybe not 40, a long time. That looks like it's new 40 years. So we talk about all those collaboratively decide how to use that funding. And then the progression and transformation budget meetings have been really impressive and still progressing. Last one, quarterly budget meetings with the schools. So we go through their budgets. There's different phases throughout the year. This last budget meeting, we're going through them right now, talking about starting to plan for the end of the year. Make sure you spend your funding by mid-May so that we don't have things that carry over in next year. Some of those things, start to think about staffing for next year. We go through each of the budgets and see where we need to make some adjustments. That's been a really good checkpoint for our principals to go through and work through those budgets with them. You go to the next one. So school-based mental health, this is something we've worked on a lot this year. So in the past, my position oversaw the counselors and the social workers. And I don't know if oversaw or supervised. Principals are now supervising the social workers, counselors. Dr. Begay is working with the counselors and Spencer's working with the social workers. I'm working on kind of the system or the programs. So there's a great system in place and it was able to grow and progress based on an influx of funding during COVID, the ESSER funds. And so really now what we're trying to do is make that program sustainable. where we're still able to provide the same level of service with the funding that we have. And I've been in education long enough to know that funding comes and goes based on either state legislators, federal, it comes and goes. And so we want to make it as sustainable as possible with the funding that we have. And that's really the school-based mental health grant. Recently, the AWARE grant, we got a letter that said it's done, like as of today. A couple days later, got one that said there's an injunction to allow it to go forward till the end. We have the grant till September, but I give that example just to show that sometimes you just don't know what's gonna happen. So that program, the school-based mental health, we receive referrals from our school-based teams, our social workers, counselors, sometimes teachers. They go through and look at, do we want to refer them? Then if they do, then they're referred out to one of our partners, San Juan Counseling, UNHS, or University of Utah. I mentioned in the school-based mental health qualifying grant, that's what we received this year. Last year was a little bit more. So we're trying to make our program sustainable within that budget. And it's been, I don't know how long we've been receiving that funding, but it seems like there's a commitment by the legislators, and count on it as much as we can. So trying to make that sustainable, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to ask the providers to start billing Medicaid, private insurance, and then put a voucher program in for those that are uninsured, underinsured, or just need financial assistance for those count with mental health therapy. And by doing that, it'll reduce the amount that we need to put out, and hopefully can come close to matching the same level of service with that funding. We can still write grants to support it. We have one grant right now. It goes for a couple more years that'll help support that program as we make the transition. I also wrote another grant. There were some carryover funds I wrote for that to help us in this transition as we move to that voucher program, with the key thing in mind being that fiscal responsibility of public funds and making it sustainable. Next one. I was getting a little nervous. Federal programs. I'm just gonna a broad overview of a couple of Title I. We receive about 1.3 million a year. The vast majority of that funding goes towards salary and benefits. Our greatest resources are staff and the work that they do with our students. A lot of districts I've been in, that's where that funding goes, because we know that it can have the biggest impact on the students through interventions. Sometimes we hire teachers with that. Really our greatest asset. A little bit on travel, a little bit in supplies and materials. Each school is allocated an amount of that based on their percentage of economically disadvantaged students. So the higher the percentage of economically disadvantaged, and we have kind of like 3 tiers. The highest tier, anything above, it's about 75% is the highest tier. They get the most amount. Then there's one in the middle, and then a little bit less for the secondary schools that are not above that percentage. So that's Title I. Title II, most of that funding is used to support recruiting, hiring quality teachers and principals. There's a little bit that's used for signing bonuses, but not much. Most of it goes to our experienced teachers to keep them teaching, working in our highest need schools and supporting really. And I think I saw here at Whitehorse High School, the percentage of teachers that are 14 years and greater has continued to rise over the years. And that's really what we want to see, those experienced teachers. They have a lot of background in working with the students in whatever school they're working in. And so that's the focus of Title II. Go to the next one. Our Yale learners, not as much. We're working on trying to do a better job of identifying all of our Yale learners. So that's, and that has changed over the years. I think when I first started, it was ESL, English as a second language, limited English proficient, English language learners, EL, English language. Now we're multilingual learners. So, but to support those students and identify them, it's not a lot of money, but Brenda does a fantastic job with that program and supporting them. And the next one is Title IV. So this is an example I gave from our budget meetings. As we talk in those meetings, there's things that, you know, we needed some things for our CTE programs. And Dr. Begay needed some money for the behavior matrix. And we needed some things to support our college and career. My other, I always forget, because in Idaho's college and career advisors, CCA is college and career awareness. Okay. I'm still getting all the acronyms straight, but college and career awareness, some curriculum, supplies and materials. We were able to write all of that into this grant from talking at our budget meetings and seeing what the needs were and take all of those needs and write it in there, and it was accepted. And so that's really a good example of what we're trying to do with the budget meetings. And then Brenda does the Title VI, Title VII, a little bit of money to support our homeless students. A lot of that goes to be school supplies, clothing, different things that they need. So that's our federal programs. School safety and security. This one, I've always worked a little bit with school safety and security, but Utah does a fantastic job with this. So I collaborate with the Sheriff's Department, and that's with Detective Holyoke. He's the county security chief, and we work together. He works really well with the principals and checks in with them. He does some of our training. Recently did the school safety and security site visits with Sergeant Ashby from the state. He's over our region. We went to every school in the district, walked through them. And the thing that he was really impressed with is how conscientious and safety-minded our principals, school safety and security specialists, assistant principals, just that focus there. He had a lot of great things to say about what we're doing, the vestibules that are going in. He had some suggestions, but it was a great opportunity for us to showcase the work that we're doing, but at the same time get some feedback on things that we can improve. Yeah, I love you guys, the standard response protocol. Superintendent Fitzgerald talked a bit about that. You ever wonder why it's all lowercase? Maybe you know. It comes from a mother and father. They lost their daughter in incident in Colorado. Not Columbine, but another one. And it was the last text she sent to them, all lowercase, just like that. Because when I started to think, why is it? So I corrected it, and then I heard the story. So reunification and planning exercises. I went to a training. The reunification is if there's an incident, we have to evacuate. How do we reunify parents and students? And so we'll be working with the schools. We've identified reunification sites and then working on some planning and how to run those drills, the reunification. And I've done a couple of them, both actual incidents, and it's a great thing to have that planning. Otherwise it can be chaotic. So we'll be working on that also. We're working on our school guardians. We have some in our schools, and our educator protector program. That is teachers that go through a program with the Sheriff's Department, and then they would be able to conceal carry, have some protection in our schools that are not within the Navajo Nation. That's kind of separate, and you probably already talked about that. So.
Yeah, and if we go into any detail, we'll go into closed session with that, but we do have a policy coming for the
Yeah.
board, so.
One of the great things is our school safety and security specialist. So this would normally be pushed. A principal would either take this over. We do have some of our assistant principals doing it, but it's a stipend that goes, and they have a lot of expectations with the state. I think it's an amazing program. And ours are, they're very active, do a great job. About half of the site visits we went on was with the school safety and security specialist. Did a great job. Last thing, visitor management. It's part of the Navigate Prepared. We're gonna pilot it here at Whitehorse and Bluff. It's just it's like an iPad. Parents will go in and scan an ID. If they're visiting the school or picking up their children. And it does a quick background check on anybody. And so if that comes up, and the principal may have to have a discussion with them that you can pick the kids up, but you can't go into the school. But it also manages who's in the building. So district office personnel just could go through, and after the first time you enter your information, you scan your ID, and then it's a lot quicker process. The nice thing is it also checks students in and out, check visitors in and out, we'll print badges, even for substitutes if we wanted to do that. And when they leave, they just scan the code and they're checked out, as long as they check out through the office. Next one. I think I've talked about a lot of these. I'm still learning the district, so that's an opportunity for growth. Coming from Idaho, I was there for 23 years, 22 years. A lot of new acronyms and terms. So I'm learning that, and especially learning the district. And everybody's been so helpful. One of the things that I think Superintendent Fitzgerald is really focused on is building systems. And I think that is so important as we work to create those systems, streamline them. And the streamlined systems allow principals to lead and teachers to teach. And so that if we have those really well done, great systems, they can focus on the work of helping students and teachers. And that's really I think when you come down to the end goal of it, that's really what it comes down to. They can talk about school safety, federal funding. Let's go to the next one. Parent-family engagement activities. So we're required to set aside 1% per school of their school budget for parent-family engagement. I think all of our schools set aside more, quite a bit more actually. And we also hire parent and family liaisons at some of our schools. And so, and just great activities to focus on parental involvement. And each school is a little different. They focus it on the needs of their community and the time they hold them, the food that they feed them, and all the different things. I think that's a huge celebration for our district, how well they do with that. Our budget meetings I talked about, and Superintendent Fitzgerald talked about when I met with her at the beginning, a couple of things, making sure we're compliant with federal regulations, laws, board policy, and fiscal responsibility with the taxpayers' funding. And using that in a way that really, that anybody could ask us, what are you doing? We'll tell them, be very transparent about it, and take feedback, but that focus on really benefiting our students based off the strategic plan of our district, the board goals. And last one, the staff in San Juan School District. I've worked counted at like 6 districts in my 30-year career. And this is the first district I've ever worked in that high school principals here and secondary principals are different. There's not as much cynicism, and they're very easy to work with, amazing. And the district office staff has been just outstanding. And our elementary principals, and the people that I've worked with have been so supportive, and just willing to help, and it really truly is unique. And I'm not just telling you that because it might be what you want to hear, but I've never seen it. A lot of the things, just the staff and the cooperation, collegiality, amazing. So that's all. I would think I went a little bit over. I apologize. Do you have any questions for me?
You did go a little over, but we do appreciate it because we are seeing you in this role and we do appreciate all the things that you do and outlining what you do. I think it's important for everybody to understand what district leadership's roles are, and you did a great job of showing what your role is, and I love to see the collaboration. I think that's a strength that our district has as well. That we know how to, we don't, well, this is my thing, leave me alone. We work together, and I think you demonstrated that very well, so I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments?
Had a bit of a question, but I think you covered it. If you want to come out to me, I can scrounge it back up.
Sorry.
It's always me.
programs?
It's
What's
always
that?
me that's
Was it
got
with
it.
federal programs?
The IDs, and you said it's just mostly like,
Oh, the
scanning-
visitor management?
Yeah,
So you scan your, like a driver's license,
Yeah.
you scan that.
Mhm.
And it goes into the system, it'll print a badge, it runs a really quick background check on the National Sexual Offender Registry. And that'll come up as a warning or something. The way we handled it in my last district was it would come up and show up at the front desk, the secretary there. And then they would notify the principal. The principal would also be notified and they could talk to the person. And, you know, if it was an aunt or an uncle who's in Aspire to pick them up, you know, they'll talk to them about, you know, what they're allowed to do, not allowed to do according to district policy, Utah code. But that's rare that happens. The bigger benefit is if there's an incident in the school, the principal can check that immediately and know who's in the building, who isn't, who to look for. They could have something going on with the mechanical systems in the school. They check that, and you know, Steve is out there, or somebody from maintenance is already there. They can contact them and find them. So that's really a more common use of it. It's convenient for visitors. When they check out, they scan the badge. You know, when they checked out, they don't have to sign out. Also can be used with secretaries, volunteers.
Are all schools on board with the Navigate 360? Are all the schools on board?
Yes. The visitor management portion of it though is being piloted at the 2 schools, but all of the schools use the app. We get messages all the time about drills that are going on or actual incidents, and sometimes the incidents are an ambulance was called out to the school. You know, they put the school on hold or secure just to allow that to take place. The ambulance to take the student out might be in the hallway or something, just so that the classes aren't released to make the situation worse. And then you take that out and you get that. And we have a protocol at the district office for how to handle that. And we have a district office safety team that meets regularly.
Yeah. I would just like to reiterate that there are parts of our safety and security policies and procedures that are sensitive.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we will discuss aspects of that in closed session because we're not giving out our secure, you know, safety and security information. So just letting the public know
Right, and
Since you're
usually you
set up.
just sign in on a piece of paper, right? or a
Yeah.
Form, and everybody can see these in the paper.
Yeah, and this way they wouldn't be able to do that. But thank you, that was something I forgot to mention, that, you know, when you sign in, you can see everybody who's signed in, and this way you wouldn't know. Yeah. And I have seen that in custody issues, they look down there, oh, she's, he's here, or, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point, thank you.
All right, thank you for your
Thank you.
time. You did a great job. Okay,
Thanks.
thank you, Brenda. We're ready for you.
At a school board, although na of kitna then of kitla. So it seems like the time is just going fast and it's already mid-year report time. So it in the engine of the Geneva is ching, catchy the shade, okay, money that should know that for anybody that is here that needs to know my plans. Although yate so council delegates are kan ajlet or yeah. So I put my report together for the council delegates and superintendent. I went and visited with them in Red Mesa. And I think a lot of the work that I do is building relationships within our district with our tribal leadership, and then also inspiring our youth to develop their own advocacy, their own leadership voice. And, you know, sometimes it's challenging because we're just so spread so far apart. And when you're driving through our county from school to school, that represents a lot of challenges from just getting one school to another. But I do feel like we do have a lot that is going really well within our district in terms of those working relationships with teachers and the programs that we have, like our heritage language program. So if you can go to the next slide. This is all like October 1st information. So superintendent's data that she shared with you is more accurate. So we'll just go ahead and pass all the numbers, but that's our count during October 1st. So go ahead and go to the next slide. And building these relationships with tribal leaders is so important for not only the work that superintendent does, but the work that we all do as a district. And part of this whole building relationships is also with parents. I think the most important stakeholders are parents because they bring their children into our school system. There's, you know, I'm a mother myself. My son graduated from San Juan High School during the most difficult time during COVID. He was class of 2020 when COVID first started. And from there, it seems like we've had a lot of challenges. But within that, I think the educators and the principals and the heritage language teachers started thinking outside the box and meeting the needs of our students. And part of that process is tribal consolidation meetings and principals going to the chapter house and giving the report and being assigned that responsibility to do so. As superintendent, I are always working with the tribal nations as much as we can and answering any of their questions, or if they request documentation about our lesson plans or curriculum or pacing guides, whatever that they might need, we send to them. And so that's part of the important work that we do. Go ahead and go on to the next slide. So part of this, I know there's a lot of different things happening around us. There's a lot of noise that's happening, and sometimes you have to quiet a lot of that noise down to just focus on students. And I think our heritage language instruction does that. I want to share for this part of the presentation, I want to share something that the principal at Alvar Lyman mentioned to me during our last principals meeting. His name is Ryan Palmer. And he said, you know, Brenda, the Knowledge Bowl that you guys just had was phenomenal. And he said, I just really want you to know that the students that participate in the Knowledge Bowl have developed their leadership skills, but they're also the ones that are doing so well academically and are successful, not only in their studies, but their extracurricular activities like sports. And he says, I think it's because they know who they are. They know their clans, where they come from. They know a little bit about their family structure. And that builds a lot of confidence within our students to do well in school. And I think hearing a compliment like that from one of our school leaders and is kind of reassurance that what we're doing is working. So, and I did put a little video link. I hope it works, because if the video link doesn't work, I'll send you another link, but we're not going to have time for that. But if you want to view that link on your own, it talks about culturally responsive instruction. And part of that is acknowledging students. Like within our room, we have the co-talkers in the library. We have like our Navajo pledge in Navajo, our Pledge of Allegiance in Navajo. So students have to see a part of themselves within the learning environment, the school that they attend. And even, you know, we see that with this Western traditional education. So they have to see themselves, their culture represented in the school, especially if you have like more than 50% of your students being Native American. And I think maybe that wasn't always so evident, but I do see that it's more evident now than it ever has been in our schools. So that's part of cultural responsive instruction. The other part is talking to the elders and community, and then having them be a part of that planning and selection of curriculum of what they want students taught. So like we have the Navajo Nation standards, we teach kinship, and that's the most important thing, because then students can know who they're related to. But it also goes into our chapter system. It goes into a lot of the government. And when students start to advocate for themselves, like when they're asking for scholarships or when they're able to go into college, then they always go back to that and building those relationships, because they don't really know or see the importance of it in elementary, but as they grow, they can see, okay, this is why you guys are always wanting me to save my clans. And that's an important part of leadership for our youth. So, and that's culturally responsive instruction. So go ahead and move on. So I've included the budgets that we have this year for Title VI and JOM. They're listed, and LT's right, we don't have a whole lot of money, which is fine. We have the resources, right? Schools don't have a whole lot of money, but they put a lot of money in personnel because we invest in our teachers, because they're the ones that do a lot of the important work. So go on to the next. With JOM, I do want to say thank you to our council delegates that are here, because our IEC wrote a letter to our council delegates saying that we only got 12 grand for JOM budget this year. And so they did some work for us, and we got an increase of $96,000 for JOM, and we're still completing the application, but this will be a lot bigger as soon as we get all that approved. So thank you. Okay, moving on. And then Title VI, again, the Heritage Language and Culture Instruction, the Knowledge Bowl, the Language Fair, the Navajo language classes that we have K-12 really enhance the students' ability to feel confident and to gain the skill set that they need that kind of drives everything else that everybody does. So like science, history, reading, all of those things can improve when you have a strong heritage, language, and culture program. And one of the things that the elementary teachers are doing this year in their PLCs is they're really focusing on reading, because that's been our major focus for the school district. And during our Knowledge Bowl, we had a lot of students that read literature in Navajo. And they're seeing the importance of reading and how that is important to not only share stories, but also to understand what is in those stories that have been carried on. And we're just so blessed, I think, when I compare here, San Juan School District to other school districts, we are so blessed that we have a resource center, that we have like a lot of those stories are printed that we've heard when we were young. And now our children can pick up those books and read, you know, like thanks to Don's dad for a lot of the work that he did when he was a cultural specialist, and then Clayton Long, and then a lot of other heritage language teachers that we've had, including parents and the work that they did over the years. And they put those stories there for our children. And I really do feel like we have a responsibility to carry that on, because the school district kind of oversees those resources. And with AI coming up and a lot of different challenges in technology, you know, it creates other challenges too. So, but that's good. You know, we're changing with the times, and hopefully some of those resources of just building oral language one day will be put into like a form where people can download some of the information. But there's something about holding the book in your hand. So those resources are still in high demand. Okay, go on to the next one. This is our needs assessment that we did. The needs assessment, actually, the deadline for it is in March 2026. But we wanted to increase the number of surveys that parents completed. So we still have it open, but we've already collected quite a few. Yeah, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. But within, to just give you a summary of the needs assessment, it really supports everything that we're doing with heritage language, teaching Navajo government, teaching clan system, teaching some of the cultural winter stories, and then utilizing supplemental funding like JOM and Title VI with reading, math, and science, and the core subjects, and meeting that with integrating all of that together. So like, you know, you can teach Navajo constellations with science and kind of bridge those standards together. Go ahead and go on. You can kind of look at all of the needs assessment. And I've calculated all of the different questions and everything. But when you look at the percentages, there's a lot of support for the heritage language program. And then just keep going to the end. Okay, so we have 8 Navajo language teachers. And then these were the student counts at the beginning of the year. Not all of the students are in heritage language, because we do have like other students in our district that are non-native. And so, but we do have the students in Blanding Elementary, we do have some non-native students that attend heritage language classroom. And then also the Alvaro Lyman Middle School too. And as a matter of fact, San Juan High went to Unity this past weekend, and they had a non-native student that represented their school. And it was really neat to see that, because she was out there dancing around dance songs. And so it's just that embrace of culture and building relationships with students and knowing that we're all part from the same community, which is really great. But again, this just supports what we're doing and showing that what we're doing is working. So And then now we're hearing it from principals and we're hearing it from teachers that don't teach heritage language, but they see what an important program that is in our school district. And then go ahead and go on. We do have a parent advisory committee. So for Title VI, and that's our JOM IEC committee. And we actually graduated, Dawn, from IEC to the school board. And so we're keeping that going. We have some wonderful parents on our IEC committee. And they really are strong advocates for all the children in our schools because they just support, and they're not afraid to tell you, like, this is what I'm seeing and this is what we need to change. And so I do feel that having a strong school board and a strong IEC is really impacting the progress within our schools. So I appreciate the work that they do. Go ahead and go on. And then these are our IEC members. Samira Crank is our chair. Luana Morris is our vice chair. Tisha Charlie is our secretary. And Jacqueline Dees, a member. And you can obtain the parental cost policy and the bylaws on our website. And then again, this is just the grant federal definition of what the responsibilities of the independent committee is. Okay. Again, the next. So celebrations. We haven't had our language fair yet. It's coming up. But we're gonna have it over here at Montezuma Creek in their gym. But last year we had 101 students participate and actually performed, and it was awesome. So this year, for a youth council, we had let's see. So our youth council for San Juan School District planned our entire youth leadership conference. So I don't know if anybody was there. Gina was there, because she presented. So, and I just can tell you that it was just life-changing for them. Because they were like, you know, the past youth conference we had a lot of people just like talk at us, and it was very auditory. So they said, this time we wanted hands-on youth conference. So we made it hands-on. We had different activities for them all day, and we ran out of time. But we had a lot of fun, and it was very engaging, and they enjoyed it. And then also our Knowledge Bowl, we had 71 students participate, which was higher than last year. And then I think last year we had 71 last year, and we had Navajo Mountain participate for the first time, but then their population went down and their student population. But this year we had 85 students. So we actually went up in participation. And sorry, I should just put on my glasses. I'm in that crazy phase where I take my glasses off all the time and then put it back on. And then we also got the JOM Exemplary Award and the Teacher of the Year Exemplary Award, which is a national award. It's really hard to get. So, but those are the celebrations, and I just want to let you know that I really enjoy working with San Juan School District. I kind of left the district for a while and was a principal, and I really enjoyed the work that I did there. But I just think we do have great people in our county that's part of our school district, and like all of you in here. So, you know, I plan to continue that work, and I'll let you know if that changes ahead of time. But so far, I'm really enjoying the work that we do, and I think we have a great team.
Thank you. Before you leave, just want to tell you, we appreciate what you do, and we do see the value in it. And it's not just about heritage, it's about language, and it's about culture. And having that grounding experience of knowing where you came from and who you are gives you the ability to succeed. And that's a big part of culture, right? And I think our district, and especially you guiding that, does a really good job of that. So thank you. Any other,
you.
yeah.
And we really appreciate all that you do, because I never see you resting and taking a break. She's always on social media over at Navajo Mountain, White Horse. I was like, oh my gosh, does she even take time out for herself? That's a lot of dedication.
Well, and the reason why we do that is we have to write annual reports for grants, and if I don't document it somehow, I forget it. And then, and then all our flyers too, so we submit all of that to DC when we do our reporting, and when we're doing our annual reports, that helps.
Well, again, we appreciate all that you do, because it does matter. And like you said with the reports, we are doing the work and we're a good example to other places. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to comment off of that too, with the Heritage Language Resource, my son's in his bachelor program under Dr. Denny in St. Lee. And he actually comes back to our resource center to get the books, the posters and everything to study in his school. In his
That's amazing.
education. So.
And he's doing such a great job too.
We're
It's so
tired
great.
too.
Yeah, it's so great to see him out there, and he was doing the round dance MC at the Unity Conference, and I mean, he's like a product of our school system. So,
That's a big kudos to you
Mhm.
and your department.
and
all
for
that
every
you do.
teacher and principal that ever worked with our kids that do that.
I just wanted to say that something you said really struck me, and I just want to reemphasize that the plan system, kid, the understanding who I am as they're reaching out past the school district is very important, and I didn't always see that in my youth, but now I see the importance now. And you know, my dad, I didn't always listen to him, you know, but now I'm really taking a page from his book and
Yeah.
really finding the value in our culture.
I have a very moving story about that. So was it last year or 2 years ago? We always do during our curriculum institute, we always do an activity for the heritage language teachers. And we had Don Moe Senior come and present. And he took us on a hike, and we had our late heritage language teacher with us, Rosie Jones. And it was just so neat for him to go back and kind of talk about the emergent story and, you know, a lot of those resources, and to have him sing his song. And Rosie was there. And I remember Rosie telling him, you know, it's because of people like you that opened the doors for us so that we could teach and work with our children. And, you know, sometimes I hear those words because, you know, Rosie's no longer here with us, but that work is moving forward, and it's still breathing, and it's still alive in our school system. So it really is important. I mean, our language and culture really is sacred. So thank you for sharing that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now, I hope you rest a little bit.
All right, we do have a little bit of time. Go ahead and send time over to Laura, and you can
Are following these presentations with policy, it's not nearly as exciting. The first policy we're reviewing is the instructional programs of home instructional, so for homeschooling. We reviewed this and updated it fairly recently, probably within the last year. But as we know, legislation changes rapidly, so we are now updating it to be in compliance with new legislation. So some of the highlights of things that have changed is the school board no longer has to approve homeschool requests, or rather the parents just provide a one-time notification. The approved reasons for excusing a student from school has expanded. And then the child abuse affidavit has been removed. So those are the large, the changes that have happened with this policy with recent legislation.
And we don't foresee it changing again with this legislation.
I
Hopefully,
don't know.
Is it one of those, keep your fingers crossed.
So this is something that we can approve today.
Yeah, so this is actually just straight from code. There's not much else in there, so it's just following the law exactly as it's written.
Any questions or comments related to that? Okay, we'll let you move on to the next
All
one.
right, the next one, it's interesting, we've had so much talk tonight about school safety, and then we have this policy coming forward. So as I think was mentioned in some of the other presentations, we are now required to have armed personnel on site for our schools. And also to have different school safety roles ranging from the district level, like LT, down to, like you mentioned, our school safety, school and security specialists. So this policy is really just outlining the roles and responsibilities for the varying safety personnel that could be in our school district. So not all of them would be, but these are ones that could be. It goes into detail about the Guardian program that Dr. Erickson went over in his presentation as well. And then also the educator preparation program, which he also spoke to, that is training staff to conceal carry on the school district property. Conceal carry is allowed either way, but this training gives them some liability insurance and protections if something were to happen in the school. So it's a valuable program.
And so this whole policy is new.
It is all new, yes.
And, obviously, whoever this person is, they have to be well-trained and vetted. It's not just, we'll just go, well, that person has a concealed carry permit, so we'll just check them off.
Correct. And
That's
so
that
as you look through there, the Guardian piece, educator preparation program, it tells you what qualifications they have to have, what trainings they have to go through, who they are approved by. It's not something even we would just approve. It goes through the county security chief,
Okay.
Detective Holyoke. So there is a lot of training involved in these roles.
And they have specific requirements for that as well, that they're not. Yeah.
Yeah,
are
so-
very specific. Okay. Any other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would, two things I'd recommend. One is I'd recommend that we go in closed session at some point. I'd like to ask questions specifically about this that wouldn't be appropriate in general. And two, I would feel more comfortable if this was on the agenda more than 1 month. I know that, we could approve it tonight, but, and I know that it's pretty much code, but I really think the public ought to be given a very broad opportunity to see what's on the agenda. Just be aware that that's in place so that they are aware of that policy, because it is brand new.
This is the first reading, and I think we are recommending at least a second.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
I appreciate it.
And, we'd be happy if we feel like this is a policy that we want to also sit down with the community. It could be shared in school community councils, but this is a proposed policy. So I think this is a very,
It's not timely, not time
No.
sensitive. There's no rush on it. It's just making sure that the board and the public know what these roles are. So we have time to advertise or do what we need to do with this policy.
Yeah, providing parent input as well.
Parent input for sure, and being aware of some of the cultural and emotional aspects of this. Anything we can do to support our students and our parents, because I know that can be a sensitive topic for sure.
and then I would just say to the board, in open session, we do uphold all, laws. So the sovereign nation, nation, we would uphold any laws that they have concerning this as well, while we are asking for this to be put in policy because of the state of Utah. From the board's guidance,
Yeah,
as they've given us guidance, we do uphold these things.
that is also important, so thank you for clarifying. Let's go to the next
All
one.
right, I'm gonna make Jared come out from behind the screen. This is his baby. So we've started in artificial intelligence policy. As I'm sure you've all heard how it's coming into the school system. We just kind of wanted to get out in front of it a little bit and have some guidelines for not only our staff, but our students and how we safely and responsibly use AI. So I'll have Jared out here for any
tech-heavy questions that I can't answer. So this is really just kind of bare bones going over what we prohibit and encourage the use of AI to be used for by staff and students alike.
Do we have certain AI programs that we already use within the district?
There are AI programs that are being used. There are some of them that we're calling approved at this point in time. I mean, the policy isn't in place, and so
Okay,
we're, to a degree, we're operating as if it were in some cases.
and I assume there are some that are prohibited.
And there are a few that are prohibited, and there might should be a few more.
Okay.
We're definitely fine-tuning and working on that.
This is a working, living document, it will probably.
So I guess I should mention that this is policy, but we're also working on procedure right now.
Okay,
That Jeff Wingett, it's not in here, that Jeff Wingett is kind of spearheading to address some of these things you're asking, like which are on the approved and not approved list. So that would be a living document where it's not policy.
And I can speak to a few parts, I think, to make a note to the board, as we worked on this policy, you know, it's fairly new to have a policy, so, you know, our thought is let's get something started. We know in this legislation, you know, the legislative session that started today, there are some bills that are running some guidelines for AI, so this most likely will be changed, you know, in time, but we felt like we needed something to start with. We also really grappled with, you know, this idea of the student's responsibility with AI and staff members' responsibility with AI, using a district device and AI. So that's reflected in the policy. I think the other piece that we love any input as well from the board or from the community. So first, I'd recommend this be a second viewing as well. This needs more time for public input. But there's a piece on here about, you know, considering, you know, sovereign right of language. So I did add some language in for that. I think, you know, there are some, that piece of it, you know, honoring linguistic sovereignty and acknowledge consideration of indigenous ownership of linguistic data, that employees will follow certain principles for indigenous data governance and protection of sacred ceremonial practices. So it's really saying we're putting something in place so they don't just enter anything into AI. The AI tools that we're using within the district are blocked within the district, so it is not using, that data is not going back out to generate, you know, feed AI, basically, and Jared can speak more to that. But I think we don't even realize all the ways we all use AI, like Grammarly is AI, and, you know, all of that, there's a lot of ways that we're all exposed to AI we probably don't even know. So this is a big thing that's going to continue to grow, but we felt very strongly that we needed to start somewhere with this as well. So anyway, speak to security issues and.
And I know that our teachers have felt very unguided because AI is coming at them, and they feel like they can't ignore it. But they were feeling as though they lacked the guidance that they needed, and so that was one of the reasons why we felt like we had to get something out. And at least begin to try and get our arms around this thing that's coming at us. And so. anyway.
Colleen and I met with, no, I don't remember somebody, but we met both at, our leadership meeting and also at the USBA. And he said that he would be willing to come and do a, training kind of consultation about AI and using it appropriately.
Yeah,
He's with the state.
Yeah, USDA, yes, yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that's the guy.
Had lots of conversations with us.
So, yeah, I was gonna say, if that's something you guys are interested in, we're open to that too.
I know Jeff has been working with him as he develops these procedures and things, so we are collaborating with him right now.
Awesome, thank you.
And we've even used some of his resources as reference as we've started here, so.
Okay.
We're feeling like that. I guess we also took this to all the principals and got their impression of whether the approach was correct.
Yes.
Whether we're approaching AI in the way that they'd like us to, and all of the principals responded in the affirmative. They felt like they like the approach that we're taking there, and they feel good that we're trying to get something out there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I know just with this last USBA session, Ogden School District framework for their AI policy was one of the ones that was recommended that they can look up on their website if they needed or had more questions to it.
I actually, as I was putting together the teacher guide, we used Ogden's framework as a
Okay.
reference.
And we'll
Thank you.
attach that for next meeting.
Yes, thank you.
And then
Okay.
also in legislation, HB 267 was brought up as to what the conversation was statewide and what was going on with that, with legislation coming up too. So that was another thing that was recommended, so. When I tell you I was writing things down when it came to AI, I was writing things down.
I will tell you, so we heavily relied on AI to write the AI policy.
You should.
But what I did to write the teacher guide was I put all of those resources in a folder and I said, use these resources as a framework to write policy. So all of those things are included.
And from what I understood, it was still a living document too, so as things were
Well,
progressing.
policy is policy.
The
but
procedures, the
will be-
Yeah.
framework will be living. The policy, I think the policy is one you will see
It'll
multiple
come
times as
back.
well.
Yeah.
As things evolve, we'll come back and adjust as needed. But like Jared and Superintendent both mentioned, like this is just something to start guiding our staff who is asking for some guidance.
Well, and I know some parents and community members have asked also as as a district, what our stance was when it came to AI. And the sovereign language part of it was one of the big things that was, because we have such a great heritage language resource center. They wanted to know what that came into play too, so that was really good.
And we did bring, we did bring Brenda Whitehorse for that wording as well, so we did get her feedback on
Good.
that.
Yeah, we did reach out to Navajo Nation for any guidance there, but they didn't have anything at this time. So we put something together with the hopes that once they have developed their own guidance, they can share that with us.
Okay, well, good thing we have our council delegate in-house too, so we can look at that.
We wanted to, just going off of one of the statements before, we wanted to create a policy to where it wasn't so restrictive or it wasn't so open to needing reformation every time new AI platforms came out or new things came out. We wanted there to be a lot of looking to procedure as well that is referenced in here. So we don't have to come back to the board every board meeting and say, well, there's something else that came out. So we're gonna have to have another approved AI platform.
2 weeks ago, because that's how long it was.
Right.
And also give a lot of, a little bit of flexibility to teachers and principals to be able to do what works for them. So, thank you. Thank you for all the thought you went into this, and we will continue to, look at it. and- I'm good to keep going if you're good to keep going. We'll go ahead and move on to the, fee schedule.
All right, this is the proposed fee schedule. It does require 2 public viewings, so this is the second of the public viewing. You can see that in yellow highlight, there's 2 changes recommended. One is just simply to add some clarification for 6th grade at Albert R. Lyman.
And that's
Only-
only Albert.
Only our Albert R. Lyman can receive that funding for extracurricular because they're part of the middle school, so the state guidance for them to be allowable to participate in those extracurricular and the charge fees. Our other 6th grade students, we cannot charge those fees, so only if it's part of the middle school. So that's why that has been added on there. And then, you know, we did get a lot of parent feedback about our lodging and the lack of funding to have appropriate lodging. And a few of those communities that students attend for events, the lodging is just not appropriate for the cost that's allowable. So there is a recommended increase of $6 per student, which would be, you know, with 4 students, that's $20 difference in the room rate, and then an increase for state competitions because that typically is more expensive and there's a state competition. So again, just reminding to the board that with the hotel rooms, we only pay on the fee schedule what is actually charged for the room. So in those communities where we can still have a great, you know, facility for the students to stay at a lower cost, that cost wouldn't be charged, but as needed, this higher rate would allow for our teams and clubs as they travel to be able to have better hotel accommodations. And that's really what we're asking for. And that, you know, we're very appreciative of our parents who have spoken up about that issue and our coaches and our administrators. So again, proposing to the board to accept that higher cost on the fee schedule for the upcoming school year. I would really encourage the board to approve the schedule tonight because then we can bring you spend plans next month to have the accurate reflection of next year's fee schedule.
I will affirm as somebody who attended a state competition as a parent chaperone to replace the coaches because they couldn't go. I stayed in a motel in Salina that was very scary. And when one of the doors would not open, the maintenance guy came and broke the door and said, yeah, you can stay in here, you just can't shut it. And I said, I think we're all just gonna double up in this other room instead, because we're not gonna do that. Anyway, that does happen, so I'm glad that we've been thoughtful about that, and I also agree that it's good to have a hiring out just in case. Sometimes some places are overbooked when there is a state event there, and it's hard to get a good room, so. We'll go ahead and move on to the next thing.
All right, yeah, I'll just go right into it then. So I just wanted to go over the audit committee RFP process for everybody here. As you're aware, we're required to have external auditors come in every year at the end of the fiscal year and audit our finances and procedures at the school district. We sign a 5-year contract with our auditors to complete these auditing requirements. Over the last 5 years, we've had SMU and Richard Marsing conduct these services for us, but our contract term has officially expired. And so we need to start the process for hiring an auditor for a new 5-year term. What that looks like per San Juan School District policy and state code, and if you want to follow along, I did put the policy on there as well. We are required to establish an auditing committee that consists of 2 board members, and it may also include, the language does say may, it may also include up to 2 members of the public having appropriate character and qualifications, but who are not administrators or employees of the district. So employees of the district, we're not allowed to be on this committee. We can help facilitate things, but we're not allowed to have a say in the selection process. So we already have 2 board members that are on this committee, President Barton and Vice President Manali. And to select the other 2 members of the public, recommendations are received and voted on by the board, and majority approval is required for that. The board president ensures that committee members receive the proper training as outlined in the policy. And this committee is responsible for, among other things, managing the audit procurement and quality process. So what I can do on my end is I can go ahead and start the procurement process by sending out a request for the procurement. You know, I was able to find a draft letter that we've used in the past. I was able to clean it up a little bit to fit our current needs. So I'll go ahead and send that out, but ultimately the recommendation must be made by the auditing committee, and the recommended auditing firm must then be approved by the by standard state procurement procedures. So ultimately by the board, we'll have to send that up for procurement. And then after the auditing committee receives all the applicants, they can give a recommendation to the board then would have to approve that firm. So that's everything there. Any questions on that?
Do we know when we have to approve that firm by?
You know, I haven't seen anything that says it specifically in state statute. I think that we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I was looking at when we sent out those letters for procurement in for the last 2, so for the last 10 years. One of them was sent out in March and one of them was sent out in June. I don't want to stretch it that far because our auditors usually come around August. And so I would be comfortable sending out the letters probably sooner rather than later. Sometime this month, I'll send out the letter, post it on our website, post it in the newspaper, all the things that are required on my end. And then we'll start receiving those applications. We've already received one just from, you know, the people that we've worked in the past that they know the procedures. And so before we even send out the letter, we've received 1 application, but after we post that, we can receive more of those applications. Yeah, but I guess ultimately, as long as it's done before we have to get audited in August, and, you know, I'd love to give us as much cushion as possible, so.
Would that recommendation be same for the 2 members of the public?
It says may include, so we need to decide if we want.
Right, and I think it probably makes sense to have at least 1, you know, if nothing else, have a tiebreaker, but,
Yes.
you know, if I was to give a recommendation, I'd probably say get 2 if possible, and however that looks, you know, you guys can decide how that might look, what people you'd want to have on that committee, but yeah.
But the entire board would approve this.
Yeah, so if you guys are able to come up, and that doesn't necessarily have to be from you 2.
Okay.
It would be awesome if it did, so, you know, you're both on the auditing committee. But yeah, if you guys came up with 2 recommendations for people that we could vote on at, you know, either next board meeting or the one after that, then we could really move along.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Be a former employee of the district, right?
Sure, yeah,
that's what I
as
was
long as it's
gonna-
not a current administrator or current employee. There's no more questions there. I can, are there any more questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Then I can move on to the new Blanding Elementary School. Are we okay to keep going?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Excuse me. All right. You want to just open up that slideshow? All right, so at this stage, I'll have you go down to the video there. And you can. It'll be slide 4, sorry about that. And if you want to mute it or it turns on. As it's going, I'll just talk a little bit. You can have the visual portion of it, and I can give you, while it's going, some of the milestones that we've reached at this stage. At this stage, the building is nearing completion. Several major milestones have been reached. The bleachers in the gym are completely finished at this point. The striping and painting in the gym is also completed. Ceiling tiles throughout the building are being installed. Exterior metal paneling is going in near completion. You can see those are they look like wood on the very top of the building. Those are continuing to be installed there. All the exterior windows have been completed at this point. The playgrounds are now completely completed, as you can see in the video, with fall protection and everything. And that includes the 2 playgrounds for the elementary students and the playground right here for the preschool students. Loading dock is all completed in there. The kitchen at this stage, I believe, is completed, if not mostly completed. And sometime here soon we'll get the storefronts for the front of the building. And Weston will get those installed for us as well. That's the main gist of Blanding Elementary School. Again, they're still fairly ahead of schedule. We're hoping to start our punch list items, I believe, sometime in the beginning of March. And at that stage, it's just the little minor details, getting things fixed up and getting us ready to have our teachers and staff move in. Any questions with Blanding Elementary School?
I had a question. I
Yeah.
noticed that there was a fence across one of those, spaces in between the,
Like in the back of the school?
yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be able to close those off too.
Is there also going to be a fence between the other set as
I
well?
believe so. Those
No.
are not, okay.
No.
It's the one for special.
Yes, so we do have our self-contained room that goes out that they do have an
That's
exterior
secure.
door from their room, so
Okay.
they can go outside and still be in a place that's a little more
That's
enclosed.
secure.
I mean, the gate does
It
have a
already
crash
is,
bar.
yes.
Yeah, so I mean, anybody can get out. There's a crash bar as a safety issue, but we determined that is more of an issue. So when we looked at all the input that we got is looking at that exterior space is one is more an instructional space and can be used for instruction. So if, even during recess, that gate that fence gives us an area that is
Just that
visually
area.
shows the students, hey, we're outside and doing a science experiment, or we're talking, about nature, or, learning Heritage language words for what's outside. It just gives that opportunity for it to be used as an instructional space. So that's,
It's not tied in with the playground,
no,
basically.
exactly.
So, yeah.
So while it
Okay.
doesn't really separate anybody, but visually does enough that we think we
Yes.
can maintain classroom order while we're outside.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I have noticed that, and I was like, one of them has.
Are they going to finish the landscaping, move the dirt before? Anyway, I guess for winter, after, we're not getting any winter, but.
Yeah, that'll be the landscaping will mostly be taking place in the springtime.
In the spring, so they'll hold off until probably.
Right. The building at that point will basically be completed, but they wanted to give our plants a chance at survival, so they're. And there will be a ton of planting that goes along, there's gonna be a lot of xeriscaping and rock in there too, but yeah, they're gonna start a lot of that from springtime.
And that'll be the sprinkler system. they'll put in there.
Right, yeah.
So the building will be completed.
Yeah.
In the middle of March.
With most of the things, there'll still be punch list items, things that are, the architects will come in as well, and they'll give their 2 cents in for things that might need to be redone, or things that that would still need a little bit of a touch up, things like that. But for the most part, a good I hate saying things definitely, but a good chunk of the building should be done sometime.
Go ahead and move on to other
All right.
capital.
Capital follow-up here. All right, so just talking about the San Juan High Vestibule, if you want to look at pictures while I'm talking about these as well. If you have a chance to drive by at any point in time, you'll notice that there's a lot of progress. It's really good to be able to see the work that's going along. It's a lot easier to see the vision once they've started the framing. So they have started that framing on the outside of the building. They're also doing the framing right now for the office and the conference spaces, and you can see those in the pictures. The EdNet room progress is also coming along. Those pictures are there as well. I'm sorry, when I upload to Google Drive, they're not in any particular order. And so you'll see one picture of one of the EdNet rooms and one picture of the other one. Final completion of this project is currently scheduled for April 1st with substantial completion scheduled for March 26th. And then for Montezuma Creek Elementary School, I also attached some pictures for that, and we did have a chance to tour that with some of our board members today. Progress is nearing completion for that. Vestibule area is framed in with all the sheetrock completed. Most of the windows have been installed, cabinetry is ongoing. The conference room and extra office space are also, they're completely framed by this point. They got to put in the ceiling, and that'll happen within the next week or two. And hopefully sometime in the beginning of February, that should be completed as well. Right, any questions with those capital projects? Okay, we should for ARL and Monticello High School. We're nearing the end of the design phase right now. If we're sticking with the schedule that the architects have set up for us, we should have the design proposal for you guys for the next board meeting. And then after that, we'll set it out for the RFP process, and we'll hopefully make a selection in March.
And I would just add, if there's anyone who is unable to join us today, if you would like to go see Montezuma Creek and the improvements there, please just reach out to me or Jacob.
Yeah, we will. Every other week the architects come into town, and so that's the opportunity that we have to go look at both San Juan High School and Montezuma Creek Elementary School. So next Tuesday, it's usually around 1:30. If you want to reach out to me to get an exact time, you absolutely can if you're wanting to come take a look. But we will be looking at Montezuma Creek Elementary School next week as well. We'll have some engineers there with us too, so if you need to just come and take a quick look and leave, you don't have to be there for the full time, because we'll probably be there for an hour or two. Yeah. All right. Any other questions with capital projects?
I'm sure they're excited that they're getting closer to completion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks really good. It's exciting to see the progress. Again, I don't know if it's just because I don't have the artist or construction mind, but when the sheetrock started coming in, it's like, okay, I can see the vision now. It's starting to make sense to me. So yeah, it looks really, really good. And all right, I think that's all I had for those.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on here has my name on it, so, we just attended the USBA annual conference, and every member of our board and our superintendent and their business administrator attended, so that was awesome. I think we're doing really well. And another highlight, some of you got your, master board award, and because enough of us, yeah, you should have your certificates today. Because enough of us did that, our board got recognized. So I think we did it. And I had a great experience there. One of the highlights for me was going in with Jacob and Ron and just putting Ron's hat in the ring for the
High school.
Yeah,
Activities
Utah High School
Association.
Activities Association, and I just want you guys to know our board cares about all of our students and our communities, and I have seen that over and over again, and especially at this conference. And we were able to go in, and Ron stood up and he said, I can do a good job for 1A schools in school and sports, and I will work. I'm easy to work with, and I know that he is, and we hadn't campaigned, we hadn't called other schools and said, make sure you vote for this guy. But he did a great job with his spiel and even informed us on the drive down today that he heard from someone that changed their vote after hearing from him. So he was elected. We are going to have representation. So anyway, I'm gonna turn the time over to the rest of you and if you share what you.
I would add to that, that we are gonna be as well represented as I can recall, because we have two principals on the Utah High School Association board as well on the other board. And so that is great to have that type of representation at that level.
And again, I appreciate that because I think sometimes people don't realize the behind the scenes work that our principals do, whether it's obviously within our communities, but also in the statewide community. And we have some really great leaders in our district.
I attended the master board certification. And I learned, before I was like, what is this? I finished one module, let me go do the next one, I was like all into it and learning more about more stuff. And that was very, very good. And I was glad to be a part of that, and I have a better understanding what that's all about.
Thank you.
Because before, we never had
Yeah,
the master board.
it wasn't part of the.
Yeah, it wasn't part of our Vena board.
We're grateful that USBA is very driven in making sure that boards are accountable and are doing, we're not just showing up and that was another comment that I appreciated that Ron shared. And I think Dawn as well. We're doing things pretty well. I mean, obviously we're figuring out as we go, but we are mostly following those things that we should be. Yes, so.
Oh, the same with me, this is my fourth year going, or third year going. But it was really nice because I had a checklist on how to be a better board member and all the things. Like we talk and like, okay, we need to do this and we need to do that, but we didn't really have a foundational list of like, okay, we need to look here, 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 and here. And so one of the sessions of how to become a better board member, I was like, oh, okay, that's what we that much more because the acronyms you get lost in and you're just kind of like, what? How does that pertain to us and everything? And a lot of the comments that I got from other state board members was San Juan is so unique. And so when we do something, it kind of ripples off into the rest of the state and either they take a bit of what we're doing and implement it into their own school district or again, also help them read outside the box as well. So that was really fun to learn. And I took the compliments. I was like, thank you and you're welcome. But also knowing that, man, we have a lot of work to do still. And so that was the highlight of my conference trip and just knowing that there's always more that we can improve upon and there's always more that we can do. And us doing it one way can lead to an even more positive way of doing something. So that was my biggest take from the conference this year. So.
And just to reiterate what Colin said and also Ron, we are well represented there. Every breakout session I went to, I had to mention that we were from San Juan because we are unique in that we are a rural county, the biggest county in the state. And the other board members took a real interest in hearing what I had to say because most of the things that they do are normal. They have tons of people who help participate and help out. And we're scrounging for parents, teachers, because we're so spread out. So they wanted to hear our point of view and how we handle things. It was more of to me, when I explained it, we were more family oriented. There seemed to be a little more, lean towards, student services, and that's what we concentrated on. You know, there was a lot of, social, economical, challenges that we face here as well. And, they were very interested to hear that, and not just only the normal stuff that works for them, but as I was explaining how we do things here, they brought in their mind and it made them perhaps realize that, you know, things that are here don't always work across the whole board. So it was good to share that with other board members or other educators.
Well, and then to jump off of that, Christy Swift, the national board president, also she said she mentioned San Juan in some of her presentation that she does nationally, and when I got elected and I got to meet her on the first board training, she was like, I remember San Juan, and it's good to see what you guys are doing, and she's been following up on us and seeing how much more we've been progressing. So on a national level, we're being shouted out. Who knew, right? So, and that was the other great part of that. So I was proud and happy to say thank you, and you're welcome too. Again.
Any other? Yes, it was a good experience, and we all utilized our time very well. I do appreciate, you know, sometimes we'd run into each other in the same class, and that was fine. We collaborated with each other. Sometimes we'd go, okay, what class are you going to be going to? Okay, share with me what you learned from that one, because I'm not going to have time to get to that one. So thank you all for being there, not just being there, but participating. You represent the taxpayers well when you use your time. We did. Thank you. That's important to me. And on that note, board training and development, I have 10 minutes here. I'm not going to take that long. Colleen and I are going to get together. One of the things that we did talk about at the USBA conference is that we'd like to do a little bit of an accountability piece, because yes, you are doing a good job, but we want to acknowledge that. We want to keep track of what you're doing right as board members, and that includes making educated, thoughtful comments and questions in board meeting, you know, coming prepared, participating in the communities, showing up to community council, any of those kinds of things. And we don't know yet what that's going to look like. We do want feedback because you're all part of the board, and eventually you all could be president, vice president too. We want to start doing something kind of fun. We want to have some kind of a reward system too, not just a certificate. We're not sure what that is yet, but if you guys would be willing to even just text us or email us and say, hey, we should probably work on these.
Maybe you see something that we don't, or that we haven't touched on yet.
Yeah.
School community council, attendance in chapter houses more, or even just supporting local events like
the Knowledge Bowl,
even ARLs, theater, drama club doings, or you know, anything of that nature, just so that the community can see our faces out there and say, hey, you know, my school board member is there, or another part of the district school board member is there, and they're supporting and they're learning from one another.
And we want to recognize that too. Yeah. We think Superintendent Fitzgerald has good momentum. You know, one of the things that we talked about over a year ago was accountability for athletic directors. And I think that's a good example to us too of how we can hold ourselves accountable, and just creating some kind of, you know, where we're keeping track of how we're doing, and also supporting each other in these things.
And then also encouraging the parent engagement too. I know one of the biggest things is that's if we're lacking somewhere where they're not coming in as much as effort, maybe they don't feel welcome, or we're not doing enough to say, hey, you know, come on in and, we need to see your faces more, just as much as your input. It's just as important too, so, taking that accountability on ourselves and being like, what do you need? We need to hear from you, we want to know what's going on, and
Being
so,
accessible.
yes, being accessible and being able to have the community reach out to us, because I know that's one of the biggest thing is, with that I've heard countless time is the only time we see you guys at our events is when you want something from us. And I'd like to change that narrative, because I want everything from you, the parents and community, so that I know what I can do to make it happen for them too, as well, the students, so.
Yeah, speaking on that, we are grateful to those of you that have come and have things to share with us related to whether it's public comment or the impact aid. But we do need to go have a little break and go to dinner. So if you're all okay with that, I think we're gonna adjourn until 6 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. Now we'll start this portion of the board meeting. With some San Juan's Great Job Awards. So we'd like to recognize a couple of our awesome employees. We'll start with Frank Begay, and I'll help you. So if you'll come up, Frank. Yeah, right.
Front and center.
Right.
Works, yes, you're in the spot. Good job. Glad you could.
Ja, het eigen aan ons van. I get no yummy.
We'll get your name
Get that.
later, but yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
San Juan. Sweet job to the following individual awarded to Frank Begay, Whitehorse High School Building and Grounds. Our groundskeeper, Frank Begay, is constantly working behind the scenes to make our campus as neat and clean as possible. The football field needs a lot of care and attention. Frank always succeeds in the maintenance, right down to the edge of the field, track, and taking out the trash, even when stray dogs drag it all over the place during the night. Additionally, Frank looks for ways to enhance the appearance of the school grounds, pulling weeds, keeping the gutters clean, and even refurbishing the trash cans in black with a big yellow W. He was nominated by Principal Kim Schaefer.
Get your picture taken. You ready? Smile.
And he's from Red Mesa Chapter B, represented by.
Congratulations, Frank. Thanks so much for all you do.
Harry Marlene. Yeah,
Thank you.
Elsie.
Right. I have the Sweet Job Award for Lavonica Benally. Come on now. We'll try to read this without having too short of a breath, okay?
Okay.
Miss Benally here is a whole vibe of happiness, cheerfulness, celebration. Thank you to Lavonica for maintaining a positive environment in our building. Lavonica is an amazing colleague. We enjoy her enthusiasm and her ability to constantly support our students and staff at Montezuma Creek. Lavonica is precise in everything she does. Thank you. From Charlene Poyer.
Oh my God.
What? I'm like,
Yeah.
I started to think like, oh, I still have to do this.
Well, there's more. Says
not the only one.
we are the luckiest school to have Lavonica in our school as our school librarian. The time and effort she puts in creating a fun, comfortable atmosphere is amazing. She'll always go above and beyond for our students, and that's why we love her. She's a wonderful asset to our team. She has completed tasks that are far beyond that of a librarian does. Even during tough times, she still manages to lighten the mood by continuing to decorate her library. There's no other individual like her. She puts so much effort into making everything she does F-U-N fun. And for that, we are extremely grateful for her. We love seeing her part of our school come to life with color. 2 thumbs up to her. Nominated by all NCES staff.
Thank you. Congratulations.
That's great though.
Yeah.
And then we'll highlight it in the newsletter even more.
I know, I saw that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you.
This is also the public comment portion, not the impact aid portion. I don't know if we have any public comments at this time that aren't related to the impact aid. If you do, we have the form in the back. Otherwise, we will start the impact aid portion at 6:15. Okay. Yeah, while we're waiting for that time to pass, because we do need to do it at exactly 6:15. We could address the consent agenda. So if I could get a motion related to that, or if there's any discussion related to the consent agenda. Any comments or?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Could do the things at the bottom too.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the information items.
All right, so next board meeting will be February 10th. And that will be at the district office and broadcast virtually. Our upcoming CCR day, College and Career Readiness Day, is February 4th. So that'll be an early out day for students so that parents can come to our schools and participate in working with our schools. The San Juan School District Spelling Bee, the district spelling bee is coming up February 3rd, if you're interested in attending. And then our USBA Day on the Hill will be January 30th and meet in the Capitol Rotunda. We are planning on having a meeting with Representative Lawson at 10 a.m. if anyone is interested in joining that as well. Please let Nan know if you are available to attend USBA Day on the Hill. There are a number of proposed bills that you probably want to be aware of, and we can provide that information to you. And then,
yeah, I think most, did all of you receive an email related to the USBA Day on the Hill? Yeah, I was gonna say you should, sorry.
And then just President's Day, there's no school, so February 16th, so on that is after our next board meeting, but we'll be excited about it now.
So I am planning to attend the USBA Day on the Hill. I think Jacob will be there as well, but I do think it is a really good opportunity to be aware of the issues and to advocate for our community. Yeah, so there is a meeting specifically already scheduled with Logan Watson, and he's got what is it exactly?
The Teen Center.
Yeah, the Teen Center. So they're going to be sharing information related to that. And when you look at your email, it kind of outlines the Joint Legislative Committee priorities. And those are things that we decided as a delegate committee and have reviewed over, some have been tweaked a little bit, but it is a collaborative effort of all of the school districts, school boards. And there's just things that are really important priorities to us that we need to make sure that the legislature understands, including not coming up with lots of extra mandates with no funding. So, and I think we do have people that are willing to listen to us. So being in the place is very helpful too, because sometimes they don't know the bills that are concerning to us. It might sound good to them, and they might not be aware that it's actually good for our community. So it's always good to help educate them.
A lot of legislators, and you can talk to them, and
we usually meet, like I said in the email, I can't remember.
It's attached.
Yeah.
The schedule.
We meet and with the other boards, yeah, there's a breakfast and then an open session at 9. And then free time to visit with the legislators or to observe some of their meetings. And that was very informative to me the first time that I went, just seeing some of the things that they were discussing and even the perspectives that they were coming from, that I was like, okay, I'm calling my representative and saying, that's not what we need where we are. So it's just good to hear and be aware. And that's one of the things when we're elected to the board, we represent our community. That is one of the ways that we can represent our community, is get in there with those those leaders and make sure that they have what the community needs from them. Would you have anything about that?
Yeah, so if you, let us know, we can let our representative, which is Logan Monson, know too, which, if you happen to follow legislation, what should be beginning from February 1st.
They're already.
Oh, started today, actually. Session started today. So laws that will be introduced at the legislation, you'll let us know as your representatives, whether you support them or you don't support them. And therefore we can go down the chain of letting representatives know. Or you can even text, email, and call him as well, yourselves. And we just support and don't support, a lot of the new legislation that gets introduced at the Capitol. And there's a lot of education. And so, like, the cell phone was one of the biggest things. That was not us. That was at the legislation where those, the cell phone bans.
But we were also proactive about that before it was even mandated to us.
And we were in support of that because
Yeah.
we believe that the students do need to be 100% participants within school. So we lobbied for that as well in support of that. So just your day to let us know, so that way we can help to let the correct people know there at the state capitol of what you approve and what we approve of as well. So make sure you guys hoop and holler, help us out. We'll help you out. And
we don't have an appointment set with Senator Hinkins right now, either, but he usually makes himself available to us at those meetings as well. So I have attended a couple of times and I plan to attend again this time. So it's just, sometimes it's just good getting your face out there and reminding them that we are keeping an eye on what they're doing.
And you can follow along on utah.gov where the legislations that are being introduced into there too. It's a lot to go over, but it's definitely something that you should educate yourself with it, just even going over the website and looking into it, and then just seeing what education bills are being proposed for this year, and possibly next year you could even be in attendance at the Capitol of the Hill with the rest of us.
That's true. Colleen and I participated in Civics Day a few months ago, and a question we got asked several times by students was, what does it even mean being a board member, and how can you affect government? And we answered them honestly that is one of the ways, even though we don't create legislation, we are in a position to be able to influence that, and we try to where it's appropriate.
Yeah, and they were even surprised that we represented them, the students, as well as the parents. So for them to learn that important piece and what, that their opinions matter and that their voice can be heard as well through us as well. So that was one of the important things that I think we got to educate our students on Civics Day there at San Juan.
So when we say that, we do need to try to be there, and so I at least will be. Again, you don't have to say that you can or cannot go today, but do let me know so that we can plan to meet up and make things happen. One more minute. Okay, before we get started, I will go ahead and read the public comment portion. And this can go along with the comments that will come in the impact aid. To maximize the benefit, there must be structure and consistency to the public comment section. And so with that in mind, we try to limit public comments to 3 minutes. If you need more, let us know, but it is preferable to keep it to 3 minutes. Speakers may offer objective criticism of school operations and programs, but complaints about school personnel or other persons will not be allowed. Individuals expressing comments should not expect an immediate response from the board, but with impact aid, we will try to respond to what we can. Kind of.
We typically don't unless it's a clarification. It's
Okay.
a problem or they're I mean, the board will be voting on the
Yeah.
application and the IPP, so if we're
Yeah.
getting public comment of the IPP, when we have that action item, we could have some additional discussion based upon those comments.
But it's not a debate, it's not an interactive question and answer session, it's not a dispute resolution forum. But it is an opportunity for you to express your concerns, comments, suggestions. And so we are to that point now, so I will turn the title over to you to present.
I think Jacob is
Yeah,
going to
I'll
start
start.
with some of the financial components.
If you want to just flip the presentation, there's narrative, happy presentation. 2026. Perfect. So every year we have this public hearing to go over our impact aid program. Just to start off, I'm going to give a brief explanation of what impact aid is and how critical it is for the operation of our school district. School districts receive a portion of the collected property taxes from within their school district area. For most school districts, these funds are a significant portion of their yearly budget. Many school districts have property that is considered tax exempt federal property. This can be for many different reasons, such as land that is located on military bases, or for our purposes, property that is located on tribal lands. Because these properties are tax exempt, the federal government issues payment to these school districts in lieu of property taxes to school districts that are impacted. Funding for this program is on an annual basis. They're not categorical. And sorry, you can go down to slide 2. Funding for this program is on an annual basis. They are not categorical, meaning they do not have to be spent on specific programs like special education or Title I, with some exceptions, as we can see later on in the slides here. San Juan School District is part of what's called the National Association of Federally Impacted Schools, or NAFIS. So every year, schools that we meet up to advocate for these to our federal delegates at the White House and at the Capitol building there. I shouldn't say the White House, at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. to advocate to our federal delegates to continue to provide these essential funds. And if we can just skip ahead to slide 6, you can just see how essential these funds are for our operation. This year, we will receive approximately $9.3 million in impact aid funding. We receive a basic support payment that is tied to the number of students that live on the federally impacted land. And we receive an additional amount for those students that are also considered children with disabilities. And you can see that a little bit more on slide 7 there as well. So every year we take an allocation. We allocate $4.75 million, $4,750,000 into our general funds to cover things like teacher salaries and teacher aid salaries, textbooks, computers, equipment, and other costs that are associated with educational support. Next, we allocate $2 million into our capital fund, which pays for ongoing and needed construction costs and maintenance costs across the district. And then anything that we receive in excess of that is put into our building reserve fund to help with future maintenance and construction or property acquisition for new buildings. And as you can see on the previous slide, we've received excess, and that's we've received excess of that $6.75 million significantly over the last several years. And these funds have been crucial for us. As you can see, we've been able to build new schools over the last 15 or so years in Monument Valley and Bluff, in Monticello, and most recently in Blanding. The funding from this program has steadily increased over the years. The federal government is kind of kept up with inflation with that a little bit. And so this year we are considering an additional allocation from the what we'd normally put into the building reserve into the general fund. And so we're going to ask the board to do an additional allocation of about $1 million into the general fund. So instead of 4.75, we'd want that to increase to 5.75. This will help us to be competitive with things like educational programs, equipment, things that are rising in cost as far as that goes, and then other things like being competitive with our teacher salaries and our teacher aid salaries. Next, I just wanted to take a brief look at the document there. It's outside of the presentation. It's attached there. It's called Impact Aid Trends. So every year, our data whiz, Jonathan English, he's our data systems manager. He has to geolocate where each of our students live, and this is for the entire district, but for the Impact Aid program specifically, he has to geolocate those students that live on the federally impacted lands. And he compiles a count of how many students live on these lands, and the amount that we receive from impact aid is directly related to the number of students that live on tribal lands. As you know, as the board knows, our enrollment district-wide has been steadily decreasing over the last few years. And what these numbers have shown me that I thought was something worth noting, I think something worth sharing with the district as well, is that this decline seems to be even greater amongst students that live on the reservation lands. I believe that we have around 70 less students district-wide than we had last year. And for students that are considered impact aid students, as you can see on this this little graph here, we had 1,292 last year. And this year we only have 1,162, or a decrease of 130 students. You know, so that's just something to consider. You know, there could be a number of reasons. I don't know that I have all the information to know why they're decreasing more rapidly on the reservation than they are the rest of the school district, but that is, you know, something that we can see through these impact aid trends through the years. And now I can turn the time over, unless there's any questions about that portion, I can turn time over to superintendent for presenting on some of the myths with impact aid.
Question, would we need to, I mean, I think it would be essential to find out some data as to why we're losing enrollment. And I mean, I know we have a general idea as to why, but if it impacts our impact aid that much, then.
Yeah, and you know, and with that, I'm really curious to see what that looks like for our dollar amounts going forward in the future.
Right.
I mean, to the extent that we can look into it. There might be things that might be, you know, out of reach for us as far as data goes. You know, there'd probably be a lot of speculation as to why that might be.
We did discuss this a little bit with our October 1 count, when we looked at the individual schools enrollment numbers, and we recognized that both schools in Monument Valley have seen decreases over the years. You also are aware with Navajo Mountain, you know, we have a feeder school, community school, BIE school that's feeding into Navajo Mountain, and their enrollment has dropped, so that is definitely impacting Navajo Mountain with the number of students. I mean, we're down significantly at Navajo Mountain versus where we've been in the past. Bluff Elementary as well has also seen, you know, a decrease as well. So I don't know, you know, we can assume, I don't know why the BIE school is reducing. We can have some assumptions about that. You know, some of it is, you know, just families moving to areas where they have economic opportunities that maybe they don't have here. So it's hard to get a firm idea. What we can watch is just the data trends of enrollment, of where students are being enrolled, which feeder schools, what grade levels are we seeing that drop. We also saw that significant drop across the district with kindergarten, and that impacted all of our schools as well. So I think we have those factors that I just mentioned, as well as the kindergarten drop, first grade kindergarten drop, where we have some significantly lower class sizes. The good thing is, you know, Montezuma Creek here, we've had a significant enrollment in kindergarten mid-year, and that it's so much so that we hired an additional teacher at Montezuma Creek Elementary to cover that kindergarten class. So, you know, some of this is just the ebb and flow of moving job opportunities and family situations. But if the board has any recommendations of how you would like us to go about collecting any additional data, we're open to.
Well, and it's not just a district thing too, it's a state as well as national issue as well. Too.
So yeah, enrollment is in general is going
Yeah.
down statewide.
Yeah.
You know, why it was more on the reservation. We also speculated it could have been that during, you know, some of the higher COVID years, that some of the students that were going to some of these feeder schools might have been doing our online classes during COVID because that was an easier option at that time for them. We don't know. We don't. I don't know that we'd be able to even get that information. But that is one of the thoughts that we had too, is that the reason that those have declined so rapidly from, you know, if you look at the trends there, let me just pull that up again here real quick. If you look back 2021, we had, if you look at the far right column, 1,386. So we're down 224 students. And that's just reservation students. And so that's a significant number just from 2021. So that was one of the thoughts. I believe it was either Jonathan or Jennifer that speculated that could be that we had students that were perhaps doing some of our online coursework during some of those COVID heavy years. But again, that's a little bit of speculation as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll jump into just clarification on the spending of the money, and we do this every year to assist in kind of understanding this impact aid. I would really just want to go back to slide, I think it's 5, if you'll do that, Jared. Just reemphasize funding sources. So, I mean, this is a very simplified version of funding sources, but if you look at the state WPU, which is mainly based upon income tax, which all of our, all of our families pay income tax, that gives us a formula base. So they say how many students, this is the formula. So this will be how much funding we're going to give the school district. And it's a weighted per pupil unit. So if you have a student, this is how much you get. And then there's add-ons with that, but I won't go into that. So I just wanted to clarify that funding source. And then we have our local property tax for those properties that can provide tax-based funding. So we get funding from that, from our local property of tax properties. And then impact aid takes the place of that local property tax for federal lands, and we get in lieu of taxes based upon each individual student. So when you put all of that is really simplified, but I at least want to give you an overview as I talk about these two misconceptions. And if you'll go down to slide 8. So one misconception is that impact aid funds are generated by families and students that live on tribal land. So that money should only go towards schools that are impacted by tribal lands, which is also just in that thinking alone is challenging, in knowing that we do bus students up, from Navajo Nation and from Mountain Ute, White Mesa to Blanding schools that have a mix of students. So when you think about this, the clarification is that in place of that property tax, the federal government has said we're going to pay this on behalf of those individuals living on tribal lands. And so they pay that in lieu of that. So it goes in to the same pool of money that we generate to pay for all students. So that would be help pay for teachers, helps pay for transportation costs, helps pay for supplies, anything that we need, it goes in that general fund. The other side of that misconception is that our landowners that are paying property tax, that money should only go for those individuals who are living in those communities that pay property tax. So just like with the impact aid, that money is being paid by the federal government on behalf of those tribal lands. And the tax base for those families, that's also going into the general pool. So the tax money and the impact aid go together for the benefit of all students in the district. And when we have our annual budget meeting in June, and in May, we'll review that budget. You can see how that money is dispersed from that general fund to support all of our schools and the needs of all of our schools. I do want to recognize that the school board does make decisions based upon the needs of our students. So if you look at the number of students per teacher in our schools that are located in Navajo Mountain, Monument Valley, Montezuma Creek, and Bluff, it is a much smaller ratio for funding for our students that are living in those communities than in our Blanding, Monticello, and LaSalle communities. So while all of this goes into the general pool, the school board does make decisions based upon needs and risk factors to allocate funding based upon those needs. So while it's in the general fund, how it may be dispersed by the school board may look different by the decisions they make to ensure that all students in San Juan School District are successful. So I just wanted to clarify those two things, and happy to answer any questions from the board or comments that they have.
Do we receive any tax fundings from the Navajo Nation?
To the extent that income taxes, but that isn't directly to our school district, that goes, like Superintendent Fitzgerald said, that goes into ultimately the weighted pupil unit that all school districts receive, certain allocation per student. But outside of that, we don't know.
They're not from the commission.
Right. But that's one of the grant programs. So
yeah, so I mean, they did, which Brenda acknowledged earlier, that we did receive direct funding from the Navajo Nation. The council did vote to get that, so that is a good comment. That doesn't necessarily, it doesn't normally happen, so that's something this year. And there may be some initiative that they're supporting, and we do have a number of MOUs to support funding, but typically it's flow through funding. So if you're looking at our special education preschool programs, that funding flows through to us in collaboration with an agreement with Navajo Nation. So some of that programming looks that way as well.
So with that, there's a possibility that we can continue it for next year, probably through JLM this year, Navajo Nation.
It is up to them. I mean, my understanding is it was just a one-time application.
We can receive money at times that is allocated for a specific purpose like JON. And then we just have to spend it according to their guidelines that we, when we accept the money, that we are instructed and educated on, so that's
Right.
fine. And whether it comes the next year, again, like Superintendent Fitzgerald said, that'll be up to them. But we'll be trying.
I'm just curious, is there some misunderstanding? Is that why we have this person?
You know, we get some questions every once in a while that, you know, that it's just helpful to have the clarifications out there that, you know, these monies don't go into a pool to help one student versus another, but rather it goes into to support the school district as a whole, the same way that our local revenue property taxes also goes into that same pool, and just is distributed to the benefit of all of our students.
Right, yeah, and I agree with you, that's, very important
Right.
to understand.
And we did address JOM and another funding source, earlier today we talked about grants. And then we also have, the school trust lands. And one of the exciting things about that is that those do go specifically to individual schools utilized in a way that is very personalized to that school. And those schools are very involved in deciding how those funds are dispersed and I feel like that's kind of exciting to actually be able to have personalized funding, so.
I just wanted to add to that, that in some ways we're quite unique. And then when you turn it around and look at it, we're probably pretty ordinary, pretty normal in that we get our funding, we get much of our funding, maybe, I don't know the exact percentage, but there's a pretty big percentage that comes from our property taxes. There's a pretty big percentage that comes from our federal impact rate. And so we have to put it all in the general pot, and we have to decide how we equally spend that money to provide the most equal access to education for every child in this district. That's our goal, equal access to education. So it could be more needs to be spent here to provide that same equal access that a student has here. But no matter what district you go to, they kind of have the same challenge, because if you go to any district in Utah that maybe just gets almost all their money from property tax, but there's more wealthy parts, there's more affluent parts of their county or their district than others. And so you may use maybe Park City, for example, right there in Park City, those homes are, you've all been there, you know what the price of a home there is for them to pay property tax. So if just the kids in Park City could just get their money, they'd be able to say, hey, we should get a bigger portion. These are our homes, these are our kids, but that's not how it works. That whole district has to put their money together. And even if you live outside of Park City, you are entitled to the same equal access to education as the students that maybe are living in those really big homes in Park City. So we just get our funding in little different chunks, but we have the same challenge of taking it all into the regular pot and trying to decide how do we provide equal access to education for all students.
Yeah, but this is something that they, we mentioned that we go to that NAFIS conference in September. I know Ron's obviously gone several times and superintendent. And that's one of the things they talk about too, is that, these funds need to be for the betterment of all your students, that, it's, and I think that we strive to do that.
So the next portion of this is the policies and procedures.
Yeah, so each year we approve the San Juan School District Indian policies and procedures. What these are the guarantees that the school board and the district is making to communication with our families and with tribal leaders. So it doesn't mean this is all we do. This is just saying in a written format that's approved by the board with input from the community. So thank you all of those who have come today and that are going to give any feedback and input. That based upon that, these are the things we guarantee we will do every year to communicate. And that includes, providing participation data through the school board meeting, for our youth and throughout the school district and our Native youth. It also includes providing the IPP to the chapter meeting every year annually in person. When we do a chapter meeting visit, this is physically given to at least one of the chapter officials, as well as communication about board meetings. How all of that happens is written in here as a guarantee. We always do more than what's on here, and we're always open to feedback on how we can better communicate. And that's a continual thing that we're working on. So we look forward to, I've already had some discussions today, some next steps of maybe better ways we can communicate and getting more ideas from that, and appreciate those comments. Purpose of today as part of this hearing is really the board will approve the IPP today. And so any, comments and feedback, part of this next section will be, any feedback that you have. We also do a written response to, as part of this agreement, the board approves written responses in our June board meeting as well. And just to add on to, I think what President Barton said is each of our schools has a school community council and an Indian education committee representative. The purpose of those is to have parent decision makers that are making decision about how to spend money, what to focus on specific to their school. So participation in those organizations that are systems designed for parents to have input and to actually be decision makers. I mean, the board has their role in decision making, administration of the district has their role in decision making, but parents also have a role in decision making, and that occurs through school community councils. They actually design the plan of how to spend that money. This year, there's a 20% increase on those funds. So as they're working on those plans for the next couple of months to bring those to the school board for final approval and then to the state for final approval, I really encourage you to participate in that at the local school level, because that's really where you get to decide how to spend actual dollars, education dollars that benefit our students. And there are some, frameworks and guidelines of how they can be spent, obviously, but that's really, when you get down to how we spend money and you want to have a say in that, that's the place for that to happen. And I encourage you all, if you're not already involved in making comments in SEC meetings or being elected as a parent, because the parent board is who's doing that. So I just really wanted to highlight that work. Same with the Indian Education Committee is they are developing that budget and voting on how to spend that funding within the parameters of our Johnstone Valley funding. So if you really want to decide how we spend money in the school district, there are a number of opportunities that are parent-led, and parents are the decision makers. So wanted to highlight that as well as this.
But can I just add something to it as well?
Absolutely.
I serve, like Brenda says, I served on the board, and we struggle to find parents to participate. And the amount of money that we receive, the ways that we tried to spend, we ran out of creative ways to spend it. So that's where we need the parents' participation in these councils. If I think each parent knew exactly what the money was for, that we would have more participation. So I would just encourage our community leaders to perhaps encourage parents to join these committees, and the importance in participating and how the money is spent for your child, and carrying where the money is spent for them.
And I just really appreciate, our tribal leaders that are here today. We acknowledge them and the work that they do, and their willingness to come and be a part of this meeting as well is significant, as well as our parents that are here and who continue to speak up for their students so that we can improve systems. San Juan School District can always improve. We can always improve. There's things to improve. I know Whitehorse is hosting their Parent Climate Conference coming up next week. Is that right, Principal Schaefer? So I also encourage any parent who specific to this school to come and join that Parent Climate Conference. It's a great way to look at the data, have conversations about what's happening at Whitehorse and how to improve things. So, we're always trying to improve, and we hope that you'll continue to speak up, and we appreciate all of those who have given feedback. Many in this room I've had conversations with as well. So just continue to speak up. We do want to listen. We can't always implement it in the time that you would like, but this is part of that process with this impact aid hearing and IPP, and you can see this board is willing to listen, and I think we have more to do as we talk about being effective board and effective school district administration. We'll continue to try to improve and continue to try to listen and implement what we hear.
I think in our regular board meeting, President Barton, myself, that was one of the biggest things that we have been encouraging is that us as a board, collectively, we want to improve where we haven't been. And then also, we need that parent engagement. We're begging for the parent engagement. We're, you know, we are only as good as the parent engagement that we have. So the slight that you may feel that you're not being heard or you're not being listened to, I need you to show up. That's plain and simple. I need you to show up. I need you to go on YouTube, ask questions on YouTube. I need you to email us. I need you to, a lot of our job, it can't be done unless it's based on you, the parent, the community member, tribal leaders within the other communities, the chapter, at the chapter level as well. So I'm only as good as you allow me to be. And if accountability is what you need, then you hear it from us is that we need you to help us in that manner of letting your child who has children in the school district to be in attendance. Our board meetings are on YouTube. They're live. You can be at home and watch them. We're given more than enough time to know when our board meetings are. It's once a month and from 3 to 7 usually, and or later. It's been a while since we've had later, so maybe not later than 7. So if we can keep it to that, but I'm really appreciative that you guys did come this, especially to this meeting with our impact aid hearing. It was really disheartening last year. We had no parents. And that speaks more about volumes as to what our community wants and expects from us at the school district level. If no one's showing up, how am I gonna know what decisions to make? Or how am I gonna know what's important to you and to your students who are either your niece, nephews, your own kids, your grandkids? I'm fortunate that I have a child within the school district, so I know the importance of what showing up it is. And if you guys can help us help them, because essentially we're on this board and we do this job for them. I have no gain in it other than my child's education. And if you guys are students have been within the district, then, you know, maybe we're trying to educate you better through your student and work that way, kind of go backwards to go forward. And so I've been blue in the face. You guys see me. I've been at the gas stations, at Family Dollar, everywhere. Please, please come to our meetings. Please attend. Please show up for the SCC meetings. And that's one evening out of the month that you get to decide where all the money is spent. And then if you have another evening available, the IEC meeting and the committee, and that's 3 evenings out of a whole month that you can attend the school board meeting, the IEC committee meeting, as well as school committee council meeting. That's 3. Us as a board, we have made one of our biggest strides for us is to also be within the community, to show up where you least expect us to show up. So that you can say, hey, my school board member showed up at my chapter meeting, birthday meeting, choir event, basketball event. And so you know who we are. And so you can see that we want to be equal when it comes to that attendance as well. Ask us questions, email us. We're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to ask us anything that pertains.
We might not always know the answer, but we want to be informed and we want to
be transparent.
Exactly.
And communicative.
So this is the portion of the meeting where we have public comment focused on impact aid. So if we have anyone that would like to speak, or if you just want us to see what you've written, just let me know.
Can I say something? You guys talking about spending?
Did you fill out one of these?
what you guys are talking about. Do you wanna come up, Arden, and you could?
Yeah, you can, we'll just, as long as, yeah.
My name there, but what you guys are talking about, spending. I just wanted to maybe suggest something. You know, you're talking about spending, how to spend stuff, not just for the school, maybe the whole district of San Juan County. And what if you upgrade the parking, like in the front of the high school, instead of parking square, make it sideways. Make it easier for people to come in and out. And on the west side, add more parkings on that side, because when there's a football game, we'll just park in mud or gravels on that side. Maybe upgrade that. Or maybe build a concession stand by the football field. Let, when there's a football game, use that facility. Instead of lining over here, missing the game. And then there's a volleyball, basketball, use this concession in the school. And, you know, something like that, or plant more trees. There's no more trees here. When I was going to school here, there was trees. Now they're all cut off. So I mean, I'm just giving you a suggestion right here. I mean, if you want more spending on things here and there, not just this school, but look at other schools, what they need. I mean, just try it, you know, upgrade the parking lot. Maybe it'd be a lot easier for everybody. Or even by that sign, marquee, there's still a whole space back there, maybe add a couple of parking back there too, because this gets full. And then we get back there behind everybody else in the gravel. So, and then maybe add more lights back there, if they upgrade parkings, more lighting. So, something like that, that'd be great.
We appreciate these comments, and again, as she was saying, you know, reach out to us. We did actually have a little bit of a discussion related to some of these similar issues with our, Chief Franklin, what is his title? Buildings and grounds. He's like, what ideas do you have for things that we can do to improve these schools and these communities? And you gave us even more than the things that we were already thinking about, so thank you. You also had a couple of things that you wanted to address.
Yeah, I just have a couple.
You want to look at it?
Yeah.
I added a couple notes just to the things that you were saying, and I appreciate what you said about lighting too, because that's, safety is huge for.
Yeah, I know,
we do
we're
want that.
upgrading the cameras all the way around the school, which
Yeah.
is great.
Thank
And
you.
inside the building, there's some areas that wasn't being seen, it's being seen now, I like that.
Yeah.
Cause my name is Martin Yellowman, I am a resident of Montezuma Creek. I went to school here, graduated here, I have a scholar going to school here. And I just, the thing about the one you guys already talked about is probably a motel expense increase, that was already, it's gonna come up later. Well, mentioned the school luncheon, the breakfast and lunch. Thinking about feed the kids real food or something. This is always something that somebody could eat on a break or something. I mean, I look at the lunch list, it's way off than what we used to have. I mean, that's what I wanted to upgrade on, see if you can do upgrades on that one. And then homecoming week at here at this school. When I went to school, it was 1 week. Now it's just Friday. That's all I hear, or Thursday or Friday. The students get to the float only on a Friday, and they got to run around. They only got 3 hours to go down the road. Maybe change that for 1 year for once. Maybe one whole week have a prat rally and all kinds of games, and because the kids, they get trapped in the school. Their mind is school. They're being pushed to learn, but at the same time, if they have these activities to give to them, just like you said, one time out of a week, a month, be here. This is only 5 days out of 365 days of the year. We're asking for the kids to participate with one another, have games, and get their float ready by Friday, and go do their parades, not just until Friday. I mean, that's what I hear all the time. So that's what I wanted to suggest there. And then also, the W up there, whitewash, that we used to do all the time by class. We do a certain section at a time. And now it's not being done.
And a lot of parents and grandparents that went to school here would like to see that again because our kids always tell us, you guys are lucky. You guys did that. We can't. We're being pushed like military here. We're being told no all the time. So if the kids can't do it, I guess us parents, like they just did now, if that W up there is not part of the San Juan School District, we can go up there ourselves on a weekend or something. If our kids goes and come and help, they shouldn't get in trouble. So that's the part I wanted to know, if that's part of the San Juan School District or anything like that. And then also, we used to do a torch run on homecoming weekend football. We used to, across country, used to run the torch to light up the W. Now that's, I was told the district closed that 7 or 8 years ago. Other schools in the San Juan County are still doing it. Why not here? And that's what other parents say, that I was over at that school and it happened over there. Why not here? Or like bonfire. Every school used to go get, every class get a bunch of woods. They stack it, and we used to get them on fire on homecoming week. Now that's closed down. But that time there was only about at least one fire truck running around here back then. Now we have a fire station here and there nearby. And then I was telling the parents, if you guys want that, we all need to get involved to protect the fire, protect the torch, make sure nothing gets on fire. That's why we need to step in. We can't just look at the district and the fire department and stuff like that. If you guys can help like that, maybe I'll come back. But I was saying that if that won't happen, maybe we step out of the school zone outside the fence and do that over there and run the torch from there outside the school building, the school property. I mean, something like that too. You probably need to think about that too. That's what I wanted to bring up. That's about it, I think. I just want you guys to think about that. And like I said, I was hoping a lot more would come with me, but it's only me.
Well,
That's okay.
yeah,
We'll
thank
take
you.
care.
We'll keep that, so
Yeah.
remember that, like.
Thank you for
Thank you.
giving the opportunity to talk to
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Martin. Thanks for being
Okay.
here.
Can I get, Bill Sotogini next, if you, do you want to speak? And I would ask that we try to keep that under, 3 minutes if possible, so that
3
we,
minutes for being adequate.
so that we can get, yeah, thank you.
Now I needed 5 minutes to build the school. I was a member of the community to build the school while you were still in elementary school back in 1975. Good evening, board members. It's good to be here. What I'm to address, my name is Bill Torricini. I'm not acquainted with San Juan School District, but I would like to address. I heard you talking earlier, how you want to get more parents involved. I know it's not easy task to do it. But you as the board members, each one of you, I wish you could come to the chapter meeting and sit in with the people and listen to what they have to say. They want to hear a clear report from the board members, what is going on. If we don't hear these things from the board members or any of the school district staff, it kind of become negative attitude toward the school district. It's not easy, I know, sitting on the board. So I ask you to participate in the small chapter meetings, if you can bear with us. We don't talk in Navajo no more. All this not done in English. But one thing we're grateful for it. With that, I want to switch to your policy. Looking through your language on this policy, where it says Indian land. Come remind me the date of the little house on the prairie.
Which policy are you referring to? Oh, and that's part of,
And so we need to rework this one and try to eliminate it if all possible of the word Indian. It's kind of negative.
that is good input, so thank you for reminding us of
It's
that.
just like the African American didn't want to be called with the N word. I would appreciate that. I'm not gonna be here to spend it all night because I had to go home and feed my chicken. So these are the words, and then you say you consult with the tribal leaders. Which tribal leader you talking about? And that's another question I have. This is the second time I received, I love to color your policy with rainbow color. And to see my Nolly right here, she always absent from the chapter meeting. And put her on the spot. We need the other thing, I think the other reason, the parental involvement. The reason I don't want to brag about myself when I was on the county school board is happy the board meeting to be moved around in the county. That's when I want the parents to come to sit here, listen, to hear what they have to say. I was just talking to, I wonder how the Central Consolidated School District, I wonder if the boardroom is packed with the parents. That's what you want, don't you? You like to see them to be part and participate in it. Kind of remind me of the old cartoon outside in the magazine so many times. I wish I could have clipped it out. The chief right in front of his chief, and all the arrow was stuck in his shirt, and he looked back. I see my people still behind me. So all I'm gonna say, keep out the good work, and now it's not easy. Every little thing you say, the lawyer is looking at you with the microphone glasses. So thank you. Appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna reiterate really quickly that we might not respond immediately to you. Some of us have a little bit, but generally, you can sit down, sorry.
Well, I want you.
But we will respond, especially if you mark that you need a response, we will get a response to you.
I was expecting to respond by 11:59 tonight.
And I'm not necessarily giving these in the order that they were. I'm just, can I hear from Norman Lehman?
Good evening, board, administrators, community members, parents. My name is Norman Lehman, and I'm a member of this community. So what I wanted to address here is, we talked about being equality and connection. That's what I wanted to talk about. RRLA. I heard that the district was going to do away with this program, and it is part of a connection and equality. The culture today, as you see, you guys are all sitting in front of a laptop. That is the culture today. Your phones that you guys keep picking up, that is the culture. That's what our kids need to be connected with. Stay connected with. So I heard that the district was going to discontinue a program that was implemented during COVID. And I believe it's a necessary program at this point to keep our kids equal to everybody off the reservation. Because this is something, our kids that live out back, way out in the backs, they don't have the privilege. And you guys talk about parents' participation. These parents travel 3 hours one way to get to work. So by the time they get back, it's 7 p.m. So these kind of things, these are single parents that we're talking about. They don't have transportation. They don't have the money for these laptops or these phones. So this program was really beneficial for the kids. You should visit some of these parents that complement this program that you guys implemented, how well their kids took to it and how and where they're at. So I really wanted your support, you board members and administrators. Support this program, continue this program for your kids. So you guys are our district and you guys are our community. That's what I wanted to say to you guys face to face, and I wanted your support on that. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith Benali.
Good evening, board members, and everybody in attendance. For me tonight, this evening, I want to address the lack of middle schools for Whitehorse and Monmouth Valley. I'm a product of San Juan School District and I went to school at ARL, and a lot of their programs benefited me. I had the privilege of running the Navajo Technical University campus for TSOSMAS, and it's a feeder school to the university there. And a lot of our schools that come from, or our students that come from this area and Red Mesa, when they've tried to get into the college there, their reading level is so low that I've always asked them, why isn't this something that you're able to take and accomplish? Because I'm a student of San Juan School District. You guys have done an amazing job with me. You know, I can speak English, I can read English, I can translate it, but you know, still, you know, I had a standard. My teachers were really great. They were very strict, and they, you know, held me to that, not my parents, not anybody but me, because I was the one that was learning that language. And so when I see this going to the university, I think what's happening, what's going on, and it's a missing middle school. That it's a chance for these students to be able to transition to the high school. And I didn't realize Whitehorse had both of these grades, all of these grades in one school. And I think it's unfair because the middle school students deserve programs of their own, a space of their own, a learning space of their own, and a chance to grow up and be able to transition from elementary to high school. So I think they deserve it. So this impact aid that you guys are talking about should go to those. Blanding is already getting an elementary. They already have an elementary, but they're getting a new elementary. What about the schools down here in the river region and also in Monmouth Valley? That's my comment to you guys. And I hope you guys work this year and in the future years to get middle school for this area and Monmouth Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Benali, would you like to speak?
Good evening, school board members. My concern is on Navajo language. I hear young people speaking our language is not the proper way to speak those Navajo language. And I'm just trying to ask the school board if they can discourage those kind of language. I have the Navajo teacher teach the proper way of speaking the Navajo language. I hear words that what's that? They tend to combine out there, probably not in the classroom, but out there they tend to combine the Navajo language and the Ilocano language. And we're losing our language that way. We need to keep it the way it was always spoken by our ancestors and our grandparents. So I'm very concerned about that. And the other one is discouraging young people using derogatory words that are not Navajos that are being used, and also where we do our clan how we're related. There's a lot of, I don't know who taught them, but it's all wrong in many cases. And I feel like that needs to be corrected by the Navajo teachers. I don't know if that's possible. So, and your concern is parent participation. I always told my daughter, Colleen, when she became the school board member, that we need parent training. The parents need to know what kind of curriculum is being taught at school, what kind of method is being taught, but et cetera, et cetera. The parents need to know those things. And so they're aware and know these things, and they can talk about it, ask questions about it. Way back in the 60s, in the 70s, when I just started working with the school district, we had a parent participation in Bluff. Parents came over, sat down and talked with the school district and the teacher. We had good participation, and most of these parents were illiterate. But they always ask the school district, these are our needs. We want them done right now. And many times those things were done for us. So I think that parent training is missing. At the time, we used to have parent training. I don't know if you have the money, if you can use this money you're talking about. That's a need. I feel like that's a need. To train the parents so they know what they're dealing with in the school. Thank you.
Thank you. LCD, would you like to speak? Elsie?
Hello, board members. Yeah. Everybody knows me, everybody look familiar. Part of this board for 12 years. I don't know. Shea LCD and Chef Red Mesa de Nasha, although the Daphne Schneider Genie, but she's changed this clan that should change. But Dania A that should not, although Shea Yaha, but not only the Nasanigi, these came from the kids, you know, some of them. I'm a grandparent here. I have grandkids going to school here. And some of the things that they brought up was the front entrance of our school building. You see the old tree stump there, which is totally unsafe. And then the handicap parking, it's way at the end of the building. I think it should be more like towards the middle here to make it more accessible. And kind of want it upgraded, kind of make it more attractive. I see the old trees that are all gone too. I'm like, what, am I at the right school? So, and then also the west, where the concession is, I think that needs to be upgraded, kind of more, have tarp or picnic tables, more lighting, because you know, I know that when they have the football games, it's kind of dark, it's not lit well. So I think those, some of the upgrade, and then the patio here, just right here in the middle, I think it needs to be, have more benches. I think a lot of times the kids have lunch there, so that needs to be more, have more shades. Because I know that we used to have a lot of trees there. I know the kids that used to plant a lot of flowers and things like that. So I guess those are all gone. And then the cafeteria, we need more table and benches. The benches are not safe, you know, maybe some kind of a table, so I think we kind of work on that before when I was on the board, so I kind of make it, you know, where the kids can sit. I know one of them said he wasn't safe. They sat on one end, the other guy got up and here, the whole thing just fell over. So we don't want to kind of have any incident and things like that. So those are the things that I had. So, I just wanted to say thank you for doing a good job and listening.
Thank you. I've got Herman Farley. Would you like to speak?
Good evening, that's it, yeah. I'm Herman Farley, chapter president from Red Mesa chapter. Greetings to you all and good evening, happy new year. And just want to say very briefly that this and then impact aid funds. I strongly believe that this fund should be well addressed and concentrate on our tribal lands here. The establishment, the school facilities, these improvements, the grounds. Majority of the funds should be concentrated for our Native American students. Educational program services that will greatly benefit our kids and grandkids. And I need to get myself more educated about the program itself and be involved with your board meetings. And we all get so busy with our duties and responsibilities, especially in terms of elected official. So I just want to kind of say that because what I've been hearing was that majority of the impact fund has been concentrated and ministered in Blandon area. Should be more here in our tribal land, Navajo Nation, and on the other Indian tribal lands. And I believe that really needs to happen. The other one is that there are funds, to my understanding, has been supplemented, and the funding source is the Utah Navajo Revitalization Fund. The sovereign tax has been collected, that pays, and he also he pays and administers some funds, school districts. How much of that is being utilized in Blandon, Monticello area? How much is being utilized here? White Horse High School on our tribal land, all the way down to Navajo Mountain. And that's what we like to know. It's what I like to know. And a fraction of that is how much is this more or less being concentrated off reservation, on reservation. So, that's really my other primary interest in to get more detailed information. Just want to make sure that we are expending majority of that on the Navajo Nation and Ute Nations. We don't want to find ourselves in litigation lawsuit where we might be misusing of these funds. And so it's just that I just want to make sure that we are in compliance the way how it's supposed to be. And so, we have been going through with some of these litigation issues prior. So, and this one thing I want to kind of mention, and this is all I want to say, and appreciate you giving me that time to say a few words and elaborate a little bit more of that. But I want to educate myself more into the way how the funds are being administered and operated between the off reservation on reservation schools. So thank you, Chad.
Thank you for your comments and thanks for coming. I only have one comment form left. So if there was somebody else here that wanted to make a comment, we'd ask you to fill out the form and give it in, but, Tiffany Little, would you like to lead at this time?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming, allowing us to speak. My name is Tiffany Little. I'm a part of SEC for the elementary and here at the high school. And I have a sixth grader there, and then I have a freshman here. And you know, on my suggestion, I just put in a suggestion for the elementary school. Both of my kids have been part of that school. They've, started preschool there. And they both promoted from there. And the issue there that I see is parking. And, the suggestion I'm making is that Old Road to be turned into extra parking, like the way Bluff Elementary has theirs, and more improvement on the land, like Martin has said, here at the school and both there. And, more trees, more green. We live right next to a river, but, it's so dry and dead here. And then you go to Blanding, it's so colorful there. And then you go to Monument Valley as well, and you see, vegetation growing, the trees there are really, it's really nice to be there. But for here, we really don't have that. You see the building and it's like old water stains on the wall for probably like 40 years ago, that all needs to be removed. And my second remark is about, your statement about why kids are leaving. For me and where I stand, I have a freshman and a sixth grader who's ready to promote. I am honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm planning on taking my kids out of San Juan School District. Why? Because I don't feel like there's being challenged enough. I don't feel like I honestly feel and see based off of my other daughter's experience is that they're being like, okay, this is bare minimum of what they're allowed to do, they pass. Or they put their effort in and the teachers aren't acknowledging it. Because I work with a student, I've volunteered and I've been trying to help her to get her grades up because she wants to do wrestling. And, I've been advocating for her mom, and to where we helped her Thanksgiving break to turn in all her assignments. There was a lot of assignments. I mean, she turned in none. But we did everything. We helped her. She wanted to quit. Her mom, me, her aunts. We sat with her, and then she slowly started being submitted. But nothing was graded. They didn't take her seriously when she wanted to do the sport of wrestling. They didn't take her seriously, and it was so hard to see her not being able to be a part of the team with the amount of effort she put in, and it's heartbreaking. And then, these kids, they're overlooked, they're overshadowed just because certain teachers don't want to give them the time of day to take them or understand that they have an IEP. I had to advocate for my daughter who has an IEP. I really had to make appointments, ask questions, and understand. And I got her IEP, and her goal was read for 20 minutes. How is that a goal for reading? I had my other daughter, she was recently selected for a youth leadership program out in Berkeley University. She's smart. And I don't feel if I were to bring her here, she's not challenged enough, like some of the other parents have stated. And it's so hard, we're constantly like San Juan School, but we don't want to drive like an extra 32 miles just to go to Bluff to drop them off at school. Like anyone else, you would want your kids to get up, walk down to the bus stop, and then get on the bus. But for me, and I was talking to my husband, we talked about it, and the opportunities are so small here. They're not available to these kids, or they're overlooked. And, my daughter who's very smart, and then my daughter who has IEP, I talk to them, I help them with homework, and there's, sometimes I have to email the teachers and remind them, hey, this is a situation, or asking questions, not only for my daughter, but for the other specific student. And sometimes there's no response. And then like at the elementary there, I applaud the principal, the way everything works there, the way how smoothly she allows, the way these kids are so comfortable, and the way, these teachers interact, and everyone knows everyone there. And there's no I don't know there. They always give you an answer, or they will email you back. My daughter's they have a competition tomorrow, and there were some questions that I asked. I got a response within 5 minutes. But you go here at the high school, there's no response. You wait, or you have to find someone else to ask that question for you. So there's really no communication. And I asked myself, do I want to deal with this for the next 6 years with my daughter who's like, you know, whose academics is high and, you know, along with other people, not just my daughter, there's other kids. And there's other kids that learn differently, but they're not given the option to learn visually. It's all verbally. And then they give their packets, that's it. They're expected to learn. And these kids are like, oh, I don't know what the heck this is supposed to be for. And I had to advocate for not only my daughter, and I come to find out that girl that I was advocating for had an IEP. And I had to give the moms, okay, you know, you could ask for manipulative tools, you know, if she has a reading IEP, you can ask for tools. And they don't even know that they're allowed to ask for these, you know, tools, these toys, you know, kids who have ADHD, you know, you can get them fidget spinners, you know, multiplication charts that are popping. That's what I found out. And, you know, I did that for my daughter to where at the end of the year, my daughter was given so much tools and she uses them at home and her grades have improved. But they're just like so much more to it that Whitehorse High School itself really needs to be looked at. And in order for these kids to, and these parents to see that their kids are being looked at and they're being acknowledged in any problem and situation there is. Because yeah, I want my daughter to go to school here. You know, I grew up in Flagstaff. I didn't grow up here, but my husband's from this community. My brothers and sisters are from this community. And I know they want to be here. I know what they want to be a part of this community, but I'm worried about their education. I'm worried about the opportunities that are put in front of them. One of my daughters is a wrestler and, you know, she does cross country as well. For Whitehorse High School, the first time they, you know, in so many years, they became region champs. You know, like there's lack of tools, you know, sports and education wise on both. And my daughter is, like I said, is part of wrestling. You know, it's that that program is growing so fast. Like the opportunities and the equipment they have, it's trash. A lot of that exercise machines don't even work in that room. And they have to share it with PE. And the mats there, you know, you have to take your shoes off. You can't be wearing your regular shoes. PE uses that to where it's not separated from wrestling. And it's hard for these athletes to be able to access a full equipped weight room. But it also has to be used as a wrestling room to where they had to roll before. I guess they had to roll up mats and put that away. I don't think San Juan High School has to do that because, you know, they have a whole mat room for wrestling. And I don't know if Monument Valley has that, but here at Whitehorse High School, it's limited. In every sport, it's limited. For cross country, it's limited. For track and field, it's limited. Or there's equipment that hasn't been used in over 20 years since my husband last went to high school here. And, you know, we really need to evaluate Whitehorse High School as a whole with education and sports because, you know, kids here I've seen, you know, my husband's niece hasn't got accepted to UCLA. She's out there. The one went to ASU and then there's another one that went across. And then, you know, that kind of support just needs to be put all around. And I do believe Whitehorse High School is able to achieve more, but we just need to pay attention a lot more for every single student here to allow these parents to allow their kids to be here, to want to stay here. Because I'm really at the borderline now, and my husband just said, you know what, let's move them. We can take them to Cortez. You know, that's just what's best for them. And it's hard, you know, it's hard because my daughter's saying, no, I want to stay here, but she's not being challenged enough. And, you know, she has an IEP and they're just like, just the basic bare minimum is what they're giving her and not broadening her education. And sometimes I really have to, you know, I've emailed you, Ms. Fitzgerald, about my daughter's, you know, things I've requested for, but there's also limitations to that, to where she can't take it home. You know, she has to return it back to school and she doesn't want to go through all that trouble. So she just leaves it. She doesn't want to deal with it. You know, so those are some of the things, you know, that I'd want to bring to your attention, both with, you know, the school, at the elementary and here, with, you know, improving all around, basically, physically, you know, education wise and sports wise for, you know, the kids. And then even with Navajo, like, you know, some of the parents have stated, my daughter is a Navajo, again, same thing, bare minimum. And I asked her, like, what do you know in Navajo? What have you learned in Navajo? She goes, I don't know. She just gives us a form. And how are these kids supposed to learn a language without even knowing the enunciations back to the basic roots, if they have to go back to even learning the alphabets in Navajo. It just feels like it's being rushed in the fact that they only go to school. I see it as 2 days a week. You know, they have A day, B day. It's not a full day to where they only, oh, I don't have that class until Wednesday, meaning they don't have to worry about the whole that day. They have to wait. They wait till the next day to worry about it. And that's just the way I see it here is like, you know, these kids only go to school 2 days out of the week, even though they're here Monday through Friday. So that's just.
Tiffany, you just told us that you are part of 2 community councils. And we applaud that. Honestly, that is one of the things that we have been discussing. We want parent involvement, and you just very passionately modeled for other parents what parent engagement looks like. So thank you again for that. And I know that you're passionate about these things, and as we said before, we can't solve everything overnight. That you see the need for momentum to improve things, and we are trying to support you in that. So I just want to let you know that, and we will respond to you as you have asked. So thank you for your words, and we hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I hear from Kaylee? Kaylee G.
My name is Kaylee Chi, and I go to school here at Whitehorse High School. The things I wanted to talk about would be the schooling, the way the teachers teach here. Personally, I feel like I'm not challenged enough or put out in an environment where I am being challenged of any sorts. And I feel like the teaching here is very different from the way other San Juan school districts are, because a lot of other schools are offered different classes and at a different level too. And the way the teachers teach, like Tiffany was saying, it's not really fair because the teachers can put something off and not really care as much. And it can be hard for some students considering the environment in the school too, with having friends and different relationships between student teachers, student to student, and with many other different staff. And it's really complicated. So what I want to be heard about is getting down to the more detailed parts of teaching for me as a student. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the environment and behavior that's I have experienced during my sports season. It wasn't the best, but I have seen a lot of improvement from having to address my coaches for their attitudes and behavior. And during one of our sit downs with my coach that I've had in the past volleyball season, I've had to sit down with her more than 3 times, I'd say, in the past 2 seasons. And I don't feel like I'm being seen, really. And the type of behavior is totally different because there's a lot of special treatment between the way different athletes are at standards for them and also relationship wise. And for that to be happening and for them still being here after multiple warnings, multiple sit downs, and multiple different occasions being brought up. It's nerve-wracking. And I do not feel very safe in the environment with sporting.
Okay, Kaylee. So thank you for sharing and advocating for yourself. It's important, once again, that we not name any specific staff. And I know that you've tried not to do that, but we do appreciate you advocating for yourself and for other students. And I also acknowledge that you would like to be more challenged academically. And I think that was a very good point. So thank you. I know that was stressful for you today, but I do support advocating for yourself and for your peers. So thank you for that. And did you want to follow up on that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, we've got that. Thank you. Thank you for all the comments that have been shared today. And these are things that are actively on our minds. And it's also why we like to have community engagement, because we want you to know what we're focusing on and for us to know what's important to you. So thank you. We do have more to do today. So we'll end this portion of the meeting and move on to the rest of our agenda. So thank you. And you're welcome to stay or you're welcome to go. We will at some point have to go into closed session. So just letting you know. Thank you again. I think I'd like to go into closed session before we move on to the action items. So we will go into a different room for closed session. So first we have to make the motion. You can't just leave us, sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for personnel.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Also want to go with first person.
We will also go into closed session for.
Can we have two motions?
Yeah, so we'll need, and we don't have anything else, litigation, so safety/security. So I'll need a motion for that as well.
Want to vote, roll call vote on the
Yeah.
first one?
So we'll roll call for personnel.
Ron Nelson, yes.
Chloe Manal, yes.
Nan Barton, yes.
Don Mose, yes.
Okay, and then I'll need a motion related to safety and security.
I'll make a motion that we'll go into closed session for safety and security reasons.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Ron Nelson, yes.
Chloe Manal, yes.
Nan Barton, yes.
Don Mose, yes.
Okay, so we'll be in closed session. I'm not sure how long that will be, but we will be reconvening after that.
I'm worried about the job and coaching behavior.
They'd probably start with, maybe even Derek.
Yeah.
That would work with me.
All right, we're back in session. We're out of closed. We would like to move on to the possible action items. I would like to remind you that we did receive some input regarding the impact data application. And so, the Indian policy and procedures, correct? Is that the portion? So when we move to ratify that, you might ask for some word changes in that. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, so I think if, when we get to that, we'll have to be a recommendation.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That's already changed. The title of that document.
Well, it just has to say what it says. But again, there's often a recommendation for how to make the motion. So we'll start, before we make a motion, just wondering if there's any more discussion about the National Institutes of Health research proposal. Did anybody have anything else they wanted to mention related to that? So what the motion that we would be making on that would just be making a motion to approve the letter of support that's attached here. So that is what you would be. That's what your motion would be. Does that make sense? So I'm just gonna leave that open. Or we can. Yeah. Okay. So we'll deal with that one last. So we'll go ahead and, I just need a motion related to the next three San Juan School District policies. So just if somebody wants to make a motion, it's there in the recommended.
I'll make a motion to approve San Juan School District Policy 5289 instructional programs, our home instructional programs.
Sorry, it's 5280. That's a typo. I just realized.
5280.
Thank you.
Thought I wasn't reading right there. for a
I
minute.
know, it's all right.
Okay, we got a motion from Ron and a second from Lucille. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and on the next things we can view again. We don't have to make a motion.
I'd like for that to come in.
Okay. And the next one is also open to having a second viewing, and I do think that we can reach a consensus that that's what we were.
Also like a second viewing.
And the fee schedule is a second viewing with some amendments, but we did address what they were, so.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2026-2027 fee schedule with the amendments made.
Yeah, I think it's good as it is, but yeah.
I will second.
Any discussion related to that? Right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the San Juan School District Impact Aid application, and if you look at the recommended action, it actually addresses some of the specifics to that.
I make a motion to approve the 2026-2027 San Juan School District Impact Aid application.
I'll second.
With the
Oh,
allocation.
with $5,750,000 to the general fund, $2 million to the capital fund, and any remaining balance to the building reserve fund
And that's for this year's allocation that we're currently receiving.
for this year's allocation.
I'll second.
So that's the 2026 funds. would be allocated that. So. Is that clear to everyone that's voting?
Yeah.
Okay, and Colleen seconded it, so all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the next portion is the San Juan School District Indian Policy and Procedures.
So based upon the feedback, my recommendation, if the board wants to consider, is to recommend to administration to change anything as possible in the language of the policy and procedures that uses the word Indian, and change that if you want Native American or what you want it to be. That was the recommendation from our public input. So if the board wants to take that recommendation, public input, that would give us the flexibility to determine what we can change and what needs to be kept as that language from the federal government. I think there's quite a few changes we could make in it to adjust that language to be more appropriate, culturally sensitive. That's up to the board, but that's what I would say. It would be an easy way for us to go back and go through it line by line and see if there's any way we can make those changes in language.
Okay, so we have a couple options. You can approve it as is, or you can make a motion to approve it with modifications to the wording, changing Indian where appropriate to Native American. So I'm not making a motion, sorry. I'm just giving
The only
suggestions.
reason I'm a little bit confused on that is, even like with number 2, you have it as called Native American Policy and Procedure. We did this once before.
So if you go into the policy, it uses the word Indian because that's the federal language throughout the policy.
Exactly, and so we're at a point where I was at a point, so that's why I've got a little history here. So I went through and changed everything similar to what we're gonna do again. And the
And
title
you're-
said Native American.
So
And then, but there were places that we pulled, we literally copied out of the manual that was required to follow. And that stayed as Indian because there were places it just didn't make sense to move it, and it kind of changed things. But we did that and changed the overall name of it to Native American. So that's like, you have number 2, you have Native American Policy and
Well,
Procedure.
we put it on the agenda as Native American, but it's always been Indian policies and procedures on the actual document. So if you look at this, it says that, but when we put it on the board agenda, we know we could put it on the board agenda however. So we've changed that language because we know it can be offensive, but on this document, it hasn't changed. But I believe we can make some of those changes. And
I
if
think
you-
I think we've done it.
We've been through it before with the previous board too, and it was, the question was American Indian or Native American too, that also came up. But we had left it Indian because it was the federal language, and they wouldn't allow us to change that.
And if,
So,
if we need to address that in future impact aid meetings, just as part of our presentation or whatever too, just to make sure that we're
Yeah.
recognizing that some of the federal language might not be culturally appropriate, but it is what currently is being used at the federal. That could probably be powerful too, but I'd probably.
yeah, being on this board with my term, I know we've addressed it 2, if not 3 different times, and that was one of the things that we had come up with each.
Yeah, if we're
for each thing.
if we want this policy and procedures to match what the government language is, like board member Nielsen mentioned that it was just copy and pasted, like, for example, I'm looking at policy 2 on page 3. If you look at the, first one is I, second one is I mean, that's pull Indian children, Indian views, and pulling from their language. We did want to modify that language, we could, but that is just copied and pasted exactly from the federal language. But I think you could, if you wanted to, replace that language and it wouldn't change the meaning of the federal language, but I don't know, Dr. Begay, do you have any input on that as well with the language? He's an expert on this topic.
We don't want to get it wrong.
So I have actually listed this in my dissertation. So I have a paragraph set in there in like talking about the different terms and how they are, we have to follow because there are laws and treaties signed with Indian. So we have to abide by Indian terminology, even though it may seem derogatory now. The precedent, those were written 1700s and later. And then as I go through that, you know, the terms Native American, American Indian, Alaska Native, and Indigenous are kind of newer terms that are more broad. And furthermore, the recommendation by current scholars, which doesn't have any precedent or legal binding, is to go by the tribe name. But again, with how these treaties are already written, you kind of have to default to the term Indian. So it's kind of hard to make changes when those are how federal documents and treaties were signed. So if there are recommendations where names could be changed, I think, you know, what you've already done in the past as a board is going through that and identifying this is the terminology used because it's in the federal documentation. You kind of have to abide by that because that's the precedent.
So what do you think about the board adding a paragraph at the beginning of the IPP that acknowledges that language use and acknowledges that exactly what you said? And I mean, I would recommend, well, I mean, I've read what Dr. Begay has in his dissertation, and it is worded very well. I think we could add something that would not change the binding of this compliance.
We could,
work with Dr.
it's pretty broad because we also have our IEC committees. Indian education committees all through the JOM program, which is across this whole country. But if you look at that document, like if you look at the policy, the way it's written is there's a policy that we have to follow. If you look how that was done, that will always say Indian because we're copy and paste it. But the procedure now is how is San Juan School District going to do the procedure? And if you look like procedure number 1 on the very first page, the San Juan School District will disseminate the following materials to the Native American tribal officials.
Yeah.
So where we're doing kind of the writing, I think it's already been changed to Native American, but where it's copy and pasted out of the federal mandates, it still says Indian. Because, and I'm just gonna be frank, when I went back, I did find out that the term Indian, I learned very quickly that it was not an appealing word in San Juan County. But that wasn't the same case in Washington talking to other tribes. They didn't seem to think that. So I don't, but we live here. So we need to try to be sensitive to our communities.
But if you wanted to add to it more, even tribes is getting rid of, now it's getting into nations,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Even
a-
reservation.
Yeah.
Would you guys be, maybe we could work with Dr. Begay to add a paragraph at the beginning of that for future years as well, just to.
That explains that, or?
Well, if it's his dissertation, we kind of have our expertise.
And what I could do is send this to all of you and we could even preface that and it talks about, you know, why this is the way it is and kind of just so
When do it
we
in the
probably
future,
understand the
we
why and have the
say that.
conversations, but our community members might not know that as well too. So it's just kind of educating them on why the terms are still used, even though they are derogatory, because that's not common knowledge. We all have preferences on what we want to be called or what we want to identify as, and that's more so the case now. So I think kind of looking at that and maybe having a preface statement.
Yeah.
We understand this word is derogatory, but we have to use it per this because of this, and we recommend it. We, you know, we acknowledge this, but when we're in meetings, we identify as this. When we're naming documents within our board meeting agenda, we're taking that as well too into consideration. So I think that's just us being as far as acknowledging where we are, but also that has some legal binding to it on what we can get.
So my question for you, Jacob, is with the impact aid application, do we have to have our approved IPP submitted with that? Or do we have time to bring this back in February for the IPP?
You know, I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to talk to Jennifer.
I think it has to be approved with it.
Yeah.
I think we better approve it. It can be revised.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe what we do is approve how it is and we'll bring back in February and then we can revise it and.
Put a paragraph to it
Yeah.
that takes into consideration our comment we heard tonight.
Yeah.
I think that's probably our safe bet because with the application being due on February 2nd, we
don't
probably
want to
advertise.
$9 million of funding.
So,
It's not working.
so, yeah, we are to the point where we're just ready to go ahead and approve it as is, so I will leave that open for a motion. So first, we need to approve the application. And then approve the policy.
Because we have a first and a second on the application, right?
Yeah.
Do we need a vote?
Yeah, you already did the application.
We're in good?
We already
Okay.
approved the
It was just
application. So
you're on
the IPP is the one that we need a motion on now.
I motion Salem School District and then policy and procedure 2026-2027 to be approved.
No, I'll just do that later. So I just need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We, are back to the National Institutes of Health research proposal. It's possible for them to do this without us, but we could be involved in the process and make sure that maybe we have a little bit of input with how that happens. So again, what we would be approving today is just to approve the letter of support from the board.
Personally, knowing that parents are involved and knowing that it's not in the school day, I would be supportive of it. It could be, but I'm okay either way. Those were two big factors that were answered for me.
And yeah, this is the time to have discussion to say why you're for or against or indifferent, so go ahead and say what you're thinking.
I'm against it.
Okay.
I protect our kids
And you're not sure that that's gonna be supported.
and I'm not sure that it's gonna be supported.
I'm on the fence mostly because again, our kids' mental health, and I know that's one of the big things I advocate for is an issue, but I don't wanna open up a can of worms and then not have the post support for it too. So, but I can also see the data being beneficial to our students and even the community. But yeah, I'm on the fence about it, so.
The piece of this, and it's a research, it's not really your typical survey, it's an actual,
Focus group?
yeah, focus group. And my daughter took a college class where one of her requirements was to create some kind of a scenario where there was a focus group like this. And in some ways, these types of, research programs can be a lot more informative than just a questionnaire that's filled out. And we do know from our USBA experience where we learned about the different generations and the different thinking of the generations. And we even witnessed it today with one of our students advocating for herself, which that's making me emotional right now, but it's one of the things that as a parent I've tried to do with my kids. Speak up. You know, let us know what your needs are. Let us know what you're looking for. And they were like, no, Mom, you just do it for me. And then they're better at it now. But there is a lot of that in Gen Z, and that's exciting. They know what they want. They know what works for them, and they're willing to say that. Over 20 years ago, I was a foster parent, and my kids were just toddlers, and I had a teenager in my home. And we struggled to try to be there for her. We were still trying to figure out how to parent our young kids, and then we weren't that far removed from being teenagers ourselves. And she has come back into our lives recently. She's a single mom, and she's got young kids that have struggled with a mom that's an addict. And one of the things that drives her the most right now, and she's a recovering addict currently, but she's still very much aware that she is an addict. She wants to shape the way other addicts are served. She wants to reach out and support them as somebody that knows what it looks like, and not just somebody that looks down on that experience and says, this is how you should be. And that piece of this process appeals to me because it's students advocating for what could work for them. So I don't know that it'll be done in that magical, perfect way, but it could be, and maybe we could guide that a little bit. I don't know.
We're, society is driven by that. What we need to understand these issues. Our poor native students are struggle. And we saw, like you said, a student here who, her heart was broken. Well, she did communicate what was the problem. How are we gonna solve the issues if we don't know what the catalyst is to these issues? And also, there seems to be a issue with perhaps offenders wanting to sweep this under the table and keep it that way. We have an opportunity here to change, make social changes. So I'm all for it. From my point of view, I've had in my life these challenges as well, and I persevere because I have to understand things.
Okay, so at this point, we could make a motion or we could just leave it as is, so I'll leave that open to the board.
Well, I think the best thing we do is just make a motion and we vote and we'll be together one way or the other. I mean, even if it passes or doesn't pass, that's how a board works.
All right, so what motion?
I would make a motion that we pass the national, that we approve the letter of support for the N-Crew program. Is that what it is?
Sure.
I will say.
As presented here.
Yeah, and I will second.
And then,
Okay, so we've had the discussion, so all in favor?
let's say aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, we have one opposed. And thank you, everybody, for expressing your opinions and for advocating for our students in the best way that you could think, so. We have already had our information in, so we have all, so this time I need, we are.
Motion to adjourn.
Yep.
And that was one thing I learned that came up and was debated heavily was, do we have to have a motion to adjourn? According
we'll
to
send
the
it-
person presenting, yes, so I will make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Just to back you up on that too, there were people that did not pass their treatment taxation because they did not have an official motion to adjourn. from
Oh,
their
so it is
meeting.
that, okay, so
To
he was
start
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there were people that still didn't believe him. There were districts in there that said, our attorney has said no.
I
We're
think
gonna
with
follow
a
our
meeting
attorney."
like this, it's probably not a huge deal,
Yeah,
but with treatment taxation, it's.
You better follow the law.
So.
thank you, everybody, for your.